Welcome back, sports fans from around the world. Here we are on the last day here at the 2024 Regional Dart Tournament. Just hopped in the booth here for a minute. Looks like PJ is frozen, goes up, hits the button. Looks like Howard's gonna look at this 70 here. Howard takes out the double six. Nice shot, Howard. Looks like it's gonna be a 1-to-1 match or set here. All right, so PJ with a good start there. Ron steps up, gets the first one in the trip 20. Nice low ton, Ron. Ron is a great shot. Looks like we got Scott stepping up here. I did get to watch Scott this weekend. He's also a pretty good shot here, so looking pretty good there. Good grouping on them first twos. Third one got away a little bit. Nice ton 80 there from Howard. Definitely going to be hitting some ton 80s in this match. All these guys are capable of definitely hitting a ton 80s. Yeah, Mike, I do see Shotty here. He's Scotty's definitely in the building, and when he walks in, everybody really wants to talk to Scott. He must be the popular person, just like Brian Henry. Everybody's always trying to talk to Brian Henry, and we do appreciate him for running this tournament this weekend. Yeah, Trevor just informed me that Scott is going to be on stream here. Scott does run the Midnight Dart Club, and we're glad to have him on Game Time Streaming. And if you don't know nothing about, looks like Howard might fill it up again, almost. Nice low ton, Howard, but if you guys have never checked out Midnight Dart Club, go ahead and do it. A lot of these master shooters, actually the majority of the master shooters are Midnight Dart Club shooters. They're very used to the master level, and you can see why. They're going to produce great averages split bull, and, you know, all these guys are well over 30 split bulls, so that says something. Scott steps up here at the 370, see if he can get it down a little bit there. Falls into the trip 5, first dart. Needs to hit a triple and does. Great shot, Scott. Howard Hill going to try to leave a 1 here. Nope, going 19.
Maggie to the command table, please, Maggie.
Great shot, Howard. Howard seems to be pretty dialed. Leaving a 48 there. Let's see if PJ can get it down here. Great first dart from Ron. Gonna try to get another one in there and gets it. Nice 140 there. Really a game changer, and gonna give Howard a shot at this 48. Howard's going to look at this 48 here and probably make it a 2-1 scoreline. double 16. Just a bit outside. Hits it. Great shot, Howard Hill. 41.75 average on that game. Great averages from these guys up here in Michigan. Again, we are here in Waterford, Michigan at the 2024 Dart Tournament, sponsored by Motor City and TWK Darts and Entertainment on the stream here. All day, every day, Trevor's really putting in a lot of time and effort in this, and we do appreciate it. As PJ comes in, starts with a great low ton.
Derek ended up having to go and play on a board, so unfortunately there is no more commentary right now. Chew well, darters.
All right, we got a level 2 match between Jeff and Casey and Griffin and Cody. Casey starting with the diddle here. Just one row inside of the outer bowl and an unlucky deflection there. Casey's team's going to have the start here. This is Don Spear back with Game Time Streaming. Here to welcome you guys back to Michigan Regionals Dart Tournament held by Motor City Entertainment in Waterford, Michigan. Thanks for stopping in and watching for a bit. This is a level 2 match, so it is open and open out hot bowl here. Casey won't be happy with that opening. A player at his level, he's expecting at minimum one, but wanting at least 2 bullseyes every round. And Griffin, same thing. He's a newer player, shooter at a Goodrich Country Club, but same thing. Everyone on this team at this level, they're expecting at least 1 bullseye a round minimum. Cam, it all depends on the amount of entries. Obviously, the more people you got, the more brackets you're going to have. I can tell you how many levels there are in just one moment. Yeah, so Kim, there are 96 total teams in the doubles. Oh, I'm sorry, that's cricket. Let me double check on 01. Check the 86 total teams for doubles 01 Sunday morning, and that breaks down to four levels: 16 teams in Masters, 24 teams in all 3 of the other divisions. So 4 total levels. Yeah, Casey right back into the bullseye. This is what he's looking for. A little wayward dart, maybe a possible unlucky deflection into that single 9. Griffin with a clutch hat trick there just to bring his score right back in line with Casey, taking a 43 or 37-point lead there. He won't be happy with that miss, but he does still have 66-point lead, 76-point lead here on Cody. So he's going to need to fill this up to really put some pressure on, and he does exactly that. Back-to-back hat tricks by Griffin and Cody, really turning the screws here and putting some pressure on Casey. Jeff's starting to get into some dangerous territory here where the numbers start getting lower. And Griffin and Cody, they are newer players, but thinking they may be looking to freeze here because Casey just is refusing to miss with another hat trick. Finds it with his third. Still kind of holding the pace with Casey, only behind by 39 points, even though he only hit the 1 bullseye. So Casey really stepping on the gas pedal here in these last 2 rounds to take the lead. Jeff again with another disappointing round. You can see kind of the disappointment here in his body language. Pretty upset, trying to refocus and get his mind right. Cody with a big shot here would be able to freeze out Casey and deny him the opportunity at and out. And Not sure if he got there, but it was a really, really good shot. So, um, unfortunately, 6 points short from Casey having being froze. But Casey knows right now this has got to go. If this doesn't go, chances are, short of Jeff really pulling out a big shot here, he's going to be frozen on the next round. So he needs to take this here. Yeah, great first start. A little unlucky on the second one. Went wayward into the four. So all he can really do at this point, bury another bullseye, leave 2 18s, and pray for a big shot from Jeff or a miss from his opponents. Griffin coming up. Anything 10 plus is going to be great. It's going to really put the pressure on Jeff to have to put a big shot in. Unfortunately, unable to find the bullseye. So door back open. A big shot here from Jeff could keep Casey from being frozen and allow him to have another shot at this out. Really important here that he really needed to find two, but this one has to go. Yeah, he does find one. 230 points total, so 233 total. So Cody needing to get under 83 to complete the freeze, so just 46 points needed. First two darts only scoring 20. He's going to need a bullseye here. He does find it for the freeze, freezing them by 24 points. So Casey, unfortunately, all he can really do is get to a low number, maybe a 2 or a 4, and hit that button and pray for maybe some misses and a big shot from Jeff here. I'm throwing trip 15 here. And he goes to the 16, leaving 33. Really inconsequential at this point. He's not going to have a look unless Griffin kind of leaves the door open for Jeff to hit a really big shot here. Yeah, Griffin, again, wayward with the first two, but ends up finding the third. Yeah, to even have a chance, he really needs to put all three in the bullseye here. He's a little under 100 from being unfrozen, but that's still without Cody here to throw. So has to just stuff him in the bowl. And unfortunately, no matter what Cody does here, Casey's still going to be frozen. So complete freedom with Griffin and Cody. Just one of them just needs to take it out and wrap this game up. We'll head on to game two. Yeah, no matter what you do here, whether you take it or not, just don't bust. And yeah, that's a good job. Getting down to 21. It was a pretty safe shot. There wasn't really a bust shot there anyway, but when you get to the point where you've got one person frozen, step one is, get as low as you can without busting. You cannot bust. You cannot back that score up because it's just going to allow Jeff to kind of creep in and maybe unfreeze him. Yeah, Casey dropping down, leaving himself one. Understanding he's probably not going to get a shot, but I hate leaving myself one in that position. I like to leave myself usually 2 or 4. That one's just, you hit it or you die. But that's what he chooses to do, leaving himself on one to ensure that he cannot freeze his partner. And Griffin here with one dart at double 17 slides into the 30. So, only 51 combined score total right now. So if Jeff comes in and sticks a hat trick and Cody slips up and busts, you never know. Casey might have a shot here, but it's gonna take a massive shot. Not quite sure of the shot there. I guess there was an out. Yeah, there was a trip 19, trip 20, trip 20 out. But, man, I guess you got to swing there. But I kind of like my chances of just trying to put a big score in and going from there. Double 1 to leave 17, so just need a fat 17 here. Yeah, right dead center in the middle. Good concentration from Cody to just finish this game up. Going up 1-0 against Jeff and Casey. Yeah, another disappointing round from Jeff. He really just needs to take a moment, concentrate, and kind of lock in. I can see him walking and pacing and just trying to get his head right. I think he's just a little tense. He knows he's going to be under pressure. Griffin hitting a big shot right before him. Fortunately, though, Cody not hitting much and leaving the door open here for Casey. Casey's just going to keep plugging away. He knows what he needs to do. He's got to get to and just count on the fact that, man, Jeff knows what he's doing. He had a great showing at States this year, and once he gets into a groove, I mean, they could really cruise here, but he's got to find it. Griffin with another 117, taking the lead in this match. So unless Jeff can find something to try to slow Griffin and Cody down, I mean, Griffin's kind of running away. So Casey's going to need another big shot, down by 79 points from Griffin already, and Griffin leading against the throw. So big pressure situation here. Cody does need to come up and hit something here because his first round was pretty lackluster. He's going to need to keep pace, at least with Casey, to potentially freeze. And he does find one, so only 34 behind. He's right there with Casey, so he's a pretty good spot at this point. Yeah, you can see Casey locked right in. That second dart a little bit unfortunate, but a good adjustment for the third to find that bullseye. So even with the low ton, though, only 31 points ahead of Griffin. Griffin really in the driver's seat here if he can just put a low ton in, but unfortunately misses it with the first two, is able to find it with the third, but that allowed kind of Casey to slide back in here. So only 36 points behind with the throw. He's going to like where he's at right now. Jeff able to find it with his third, but you see still just frustration boiling here. He's still ahead from Cody by 58 points with Cody left to throw, but not in a terrible spot. I think he's in a better position than he actually realizes. So Cody here wayward with the first two and with the third. So, you know, even with all the frustrations going on with Jeff, I think the pressure kind of might be getting to Cody and
Ashley W, your order is ready.
Yeah, first start wayward, second and third right in the heart of it. Good round from Casey, taking an 74-point lead on Griffin here. Griffin needs a big shot. Cody and Jeff are really battling out. They're really close. Same could be said between Casey and Griffin. And that round, that could really show you kind of what may end up happening with this leg. That's a big miss there from Griffin. He really needed to find one or two to keep pace with Casey. Yeah, able to find one. Still not happy, and I get it. But he does have a 97-point lead on Cody. So Cody's going to need to come up and hit at least a couple here to try to apply some pressure to Casey because he is going to have a look at it out. Able to find one, but it's not going to be enough. Casey's going to have 3 darts here to level the match here 1-1. Yeah, you can really see the experience here with Casey. He wanted the first two in the bullseye. Even after he missed the first, you know, no big elaborate show of disappointment or anger there. Just moving on with the shot. Knows what he has to do, even if the dart misses. And some maturity after that second to step back, take a moment, gather himself, know what he needs to hit, and put in a good third dart. Unfortunately for him, Griffin comes in with a nice low ton, closing the gap. So really tight game on the top side and pretty close here on the bottom side as well. Jeff able to find one with the second and right on the wire with the third. So hasn't hit a ton, but has caught one bullet every round, which is kind of the minimum of what they're wanting to do. Fortunately for him, it's put him up by almost 100 points, and Cody's going to have to come in here with a big shot. And first start right in the heart of it, unable to find it with the second or the third. So still down by 50. And really, any big shot here from Casey is going to freeze Griffin. So step one is get the freeze and do not bust. If you can take it out, that's great. And at this level, these guys are capable of taking it out, but you have to keep that freeze in mind. Now, normally I would go 12 bullseye here for the win, but I think in this situation, I'm probably going to go bullseye first just to secure the freeze. But he did go double 12 and hit the 19 just to make sure everything was frozen. So smart darts there from Casey. Yeah, Jeff knows here he can't take this out, but as many points as he can apply is just going to make it more difficult for Cody to get unfrozen. And that's really the key to this game right now is Cody's freezing Griffin out and just lean on that. Let Casey take the shot out. No big pressure. Just keep whittling away at the score. Casey just need a 19, man. You can see, this has got to go here. He does hit it with the third dart. Leveling it out 1-1. We're going to see a diddle here for the game, for the match decider. Griffin with a great diddle, and it's a great high diddle, which is almost ideal. So not quite in the double. Man, it's tough to squeeze one in underneath that. And you see Casey trying to slide underneath it sideways, and he pulls it a little bit into the six. So Griffin and Cody are going to have the throw, the advantage of throw here. So Casey and Jeff are really Casey's throwing great. He's right there or thereabouts. Jeff's going to need to just take a moment, lock it in and just stay really solid here. And Griffin unable to find one with his first three darts. And that's a big momentum swing. And Casey knows how important this first shot is. If he can put in a low ton or a hat trick, it's really going to put all the pressure on Cody. And Cody's appears to be the lower of the two averages on that team. So the more pressure you can apply to that player, the better it's going to be for you. Only able to find one there. Does have a 43-point lead, but he really would have been wanting to walk away with a little more than that. Yeah, unable to find one with any of the three. Luckily, he did fall into two 19s, so a decent score of 45, but definitely in the game three situation, everyone's a little tense, but you're going to want to come away with a little more than that. Oh, great third dart. A little unlucky to catch that flight from the second one, only finding one. So pretty level here. Nobody's running away with it yet. A big shot from either team. Whoever hits this first big shot's really going to turn the screws on the other team, and they're going to have to be able to find it somewhere. Griffin here, all three of them are high. So I don't know. Usually when you're tense or nervous, it'll tend to pull it low and left, but he was high left on all of them. So don't know if it's a focus thing. Maybe he might be rushing when he gets a little nervous, but he's definitely going to be needing more than that. Now Casey coming up already with a 20-point lead before even throwing a dart and throwing second. So able to find the bullseye with the second and the third dart. So that could be that first differential in score that could really make a difference in this match. So Cody's going to be feeling the pressure here. He needs all of them, and he knows he needs all of them. So first two high right, and third one missing to the left, so only 37 scored. Now Casey, after throwing two rounds, has got a 90-point lead on the lowest score of the other team. So he's going to like the position he's in. Jeff just needs to follow suit to keep pace, and they should be in good shape. Yeah, Jeff able to find one. He's still not happy, but, job done for right now. Both Casey and Jeff both have lower scores than both Griffin and Cody, so that's a good recipe for success in freeze. And you just stick with that, and you should be in good shape. Yeah, Casey with a solid 60 here. He's really extending the lead. It wasn't a huge shot, but with the way Griffin and Cody are throwing right now, I think the moment might be getting to him just a little bit. They're both a little wayward, and Casey not hitting any real big shots, but nice and steady. Jeff coming up here, and he's laughing a little bit. I know he's a little tired. His arms sore. He's got a little fatigue, so he's just trying to make the most of the moment, and hopefully he just lightens up here and sees what he can throw in. And first start right in the double bowl. So whatever he did on that round to change his mentality, it may be working. And you see the total difference in attitude there, from going from being upset and he's laughing now, walking away. He knows they're in a good spot. He's keeping pace with Griffin and Cody, and Casey slowly pulling away with the lead. Great answer from Griffin there to try to pull his team back into contention here. Casey's still up by 40 after that low ton, but he's still got 3 more darts to throw. The first start right into that bullseye, second right there as well. Casey's really locked in. He knows this is the pivotal point of the match. Any big scores right now is just going to turn the screws. And that could be the coffin nail in this match. Cody's choosing to go away from the bulls after not having much success here this whole leg. Able to find 94, which I think is his best score of this leg. So usually not advisable, but it worked out for him there. Jeff coming back, knowing just needing a solid score here. Finds a bullseye with the second dart, and right on the wire with the other two. So 71, still lower than either Griffin or Cody. Job done. Leaving it up to Casey. Now he just needs to check it out, and easy days on to the next round. Yeah, nice 109 from Griffin. Still, there's no quitting him. He's still fighting, but it may be just a little too late. Casey here with a very reasonable 3-dart checkout, and he is dialed in right now. Right on the wire, that 18. Won't be happy with that score. Started at 110, finishing at 88 with only 22 scored. Not the end of the world, but he certainly, if he wasn't going to take it out, would have liked to have just been on like a single out there. Cody deciding that, he's had enough waiting around and coming back with a big 160, and he's really just turned this whole leg on its head here. So Jeff's going to need a big shot to ensure that his team isn't frozen. After back-to-back big shots from Griffin and Cody, that sure made this leg interesting. Jeff right into the double bowl with his first dart, and man, he flighted on that third one. It was right there, but fell into the 16. He is safe right now. Even a hat trick is not going to be enough to freeze Casey, but man, they sure are threatening now. Griffin coming back with another ton, so 103 scored, down to 94, and we're at the business end of this leg, and what looked like it was probably done and dusted has really turned back around, and Casey now under a little bit of pressure. He's going to need to hit this, or else he's going to leave Cody a game shot with a 125. Yeah, 76 left. He went for the 16, or triple 16. A single would have left him 60, and a triple would have left him, I believe, 28. So would have had a shot either way. Unable to hit the 16. And Cody here missing into the 777. He had 105, 104 left. The shot really is bullseye, 888.
Your order's ready.
Unable to hit that bullseye, but now they're in the territory here where if Jeff doesn't hit a big shot, they could potentially freeze Casey here. So Jeff need to come up with a ton plus here at least to really leave Casey comfortable and leave him with a shot. Once again, hits the bullseye with the first dart, which he's been doing, but unable to find it with the second or third. 74 scored. Looks like he's going to be safe here. Griffin's either going to need to check this or leave a 3 or less for a freeze. So really, he's going to need to take this out. Unable to find that bullseye with the second dart to leave 32. Does catch it with the third to leave 15. So, yeah, somebody's going to have to take it out here, and it's coming quickly, and it's pretty tense. You can feel the tension in the air. Both teams know how tight this is. If you look at Jeff here in the background, you can see with his hand over his face, you almost can't watch. Unfortunate miss at that bullseye, leaving 44, which is not going to leave him out. So all he can do here is hit and hold, leave something Simple, and that is not what you want to do. You got to hit something, bring the score down, leave Jeff the opportunity to potentially freeze. He still could here, but if Cody gets under 44, Jeff's not going to have an opportunity to freeze at all. Bullseye here unlocks it for sure, and with him unable to hit, if Jeff can leave himself 14 or less or take it out, they're going to freeze Griffin or they're just going to win the game. So he's been pinning this Bullseye with the first dart almost every round. So expect him to have a look at the game shot here. Yeah, once again, right into the Bullseye with the first dart. Single 19. Now, step here is just do not bust. Whatever you do, you can take it, and he does. He checks out the 88. Great finish after a really frustrating leg for him. Able to focus on those last 3 darts, finish it up right when his teammate needed it. Good win for Jeff and Casey.
All right, so back in the booth here, I am Derek with Game Time Streaming. I'm here with Don and Trevor here back in the tent. What we got going on here?
Yeah, we got a level 2 top 8 match
Jeremy,
here
your
between
order's
Terrence
ready,
Robinson
Jeremy.
and Chris Summers versus Dave Booth and Mark Dubé. Terrence and Chris actually won doubles cricket a couple of days ago, so they should be pretty comfortable playing with each other and trying to do the same thing here in 01.
I do think
All
I've
right,
seen
now for everybody
I've seen
waiting
Terrence win a
for
singles
it,
event
lift your
also.
floor.
I don't
Get
remember
on
what
your
level that
right,
was. Might have been
take it.
level 2.
We will do.
So I am familiar with David here. I've been playing with him for years. See him at all the events. I know he had an elbow issue there for a while and was still able to hit real well with the elbow issue, and seems like he can still hit bullseyes today.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with his game, and I'm not sure what his throw used to look like, but that elbow issue may be leading to some of what's going on here. At the end of his throw, you see him kind of jumping and leaning into it. I don't know if he's always done that or if that's just some tightness in that elbow that he's not able to fully extend on his follow-through.
Yeah, said it was feeling great. That's just his throw, and he looks like he's dominating this match, so it's working for him here.
Yeah, up by an extra bullseye right now. Only one round in, though, I believe, maybe 2. But, yeah, not a huge gap, but 50-point lead. Just
right,
need Mark to keep pace and keep
congratulations,
plugging away.
So this is open bowl, open in, open
All
out.
right, for the consolation
Goes for
prize,
the 6 mark.
049.
Wow, fills it up on the 19s.
Yeah, especially at a lower level. It's not something I'd usually recommend, but he absolutely buries it there for a 171 and kind of flips this game on its head. Dave now needing at least, low ton minimum, just to keep pace. If he comes up with a blank here, which he did,
All right,
yeah, lots of
for the
pressure to go
record.
back on Mark. Chris Summers needing a pretty solid shot here. He's going to want to try to keep pace at least with Dave, just to prevent any potential freeze here later on in the match. But first couple rounds were a little disappointing. He's going to need to start finding the center here.
Finds the center right there. Don misses into the 2 on that third one, but needed a bigger round than that. And we'll see what Mark does here.
Yeah, it wasn't disastrous. He's only 27 points behind Dave, so he's keeping pace with the highest player on the other team, which is really your main goal. As long as you're keeping pace with them, you're going to be preventing any freezes. The goal is to take the lead and have a shot in and out.
Max,
But,
your order's ready, Max.
sometimes you need to understand or you recognize when your teammates kind of taking off, just let them run with it and just protect them from getting frozen. Once again, right straight into the 19, 4 triple 19s in a row. Misses the 5th, but switches back up wisely to that bullseye, hitting a 110 and leaving himself on a very makeable 140 out. Yeah, same thing with Chris here. A bit of a let off from Dave. Only 30 points behind, so even just one bullseye is going to be enough at this point. He's going to want to put in more, but, minimum required here is 1 bull, and taking his time, making sure he's focused, and finds it with the first dart. So everything after this is really just a bonus.
Let's see if Mark can get some in here. Looking at the bullseyes, just a few dots outside there. Terrence confidently is going to step up here as he's been shooting great.
Yeah, he's really in the driver's seat at this point. Doesn't even need to take it out right now. He's going to have at least probably 6 more after this, but would have liked to come away with more than 37 on that round.
Goes for the trip 16 there. What you think about that, Don?
Yeah, I don't know that he was actually intending to hit that 16. I think he was probably throwing at the 19 and maybe pulled it, or even throwing at the bullseye and pulled it low left. But, you know, you'll take the extra 48 points on a miss every time. Chris Summers continuing to struggle on that bullseye. He's right around it, but he's just not hitting. And I think a lot of that, it could be an aim point thing or a focus thing. He gets in his head sometimes and kind of boils over. So he really just needs to take a moment, take a few deep breaths, try to calm down and recenter himself. His partner's still in good shape, only sitting on 103, and he has a lower score than the highest person on the other team. So he's not in any danger of freezing Terrence out. Just needs to focus and keep throwing solid darts. Let Terrence do the work on this leg. Yeah, Terrence hitting 71 there, leaving himself on 32. Won't be too worried. He knows neither of his opponents are on and out right now. The only danger at this point is if Dave is able to find a really big score, it's going to put Chris under some pressure to prevent a freeze, but only finding 76. Still pretty comfortable here. Chris just needs to take his time, refocus, and concentrate right on that centered out of that bullseye. Stop aiming for the whole thing. Aim right for the center of the double, and let the chips fall where they may. Able to find it with the second one, that'll be a little bit of a relief. And third one, a little low right, but in the right area. So 62 is just enough to keep pace. Still a lower score than Dave, so no danger here from Terrence. Short of Mark hitting something really, really big and leaving his team a potential out, he should be pretty comfortable here. As I say that, first two darts from Mark right in the bullseye, just missing on the third. But, you know, now you're at a point, neither team is frozen, and both teams have a player that is potentially at an out. So Terrence is going to need to hit this here.
Terrence for double 16. Just a bit high.
Yeah, and you can see where he missed on the second one there. It was tough, unfortunate dart. But if you see that first dart where he missed on the inside wire. So if you're going to throw at the double, you want to throw on the inside portion of the double. You don't want to hit a blank to leave yourself that single. But unfortunately, with the next two darts, unable to clean it up. And now he's left himself a tough out. He's got that too. If he misses left, right, high, or low into the triple or the double, it's all going to be a bust. So a little bit of pressure here on Chris, because if he doesn't score enough right now, Terrence is going to be frozen, and Mark's going to have a shot. Now, on the other hand, if he comes up with a big shot, he could completely flip this and freeze the other team, but unable to find a bullseye with either of the first two darts. Switches up to the 20. I don't know if he thought the bullseye was blocked, but not necessarily advisable. Mark really, he could win the game here, but all he needs is, you know, even 5 more points or so, and he's going to freeze them. So, you know, that's probably worst case scenario for him. Step one was just don't bust. He had them frozen. All he had to do was hit something in the scoring area without busting, and Terrence isn't even going to have a shot at this game. Now, on the other hand, Terrence comes in and drills that center single two to kind of steal the game. They got fortunate on that one.
Yeah, great shot by Terrence. Had some really big rounds there. Looks like it's 1-0 Terrence and Chris, so we're going to have Dave stepping up here, going to be looking into maybe a hat trick, maybe a low ton, going to need a big round here to set the tone.
Yeah, and at the end of that leg, you can see Chris here in the background. He knows he got away with one there. So, you know, sometimes you need a little bit of luck in these events to pull away with the win. And when Lady Luck smiles upon you in a leg, you really need to take advantage and step on that gas pedal. And Terrence doing just that, drilling the first two darts right into the bull, hitting a 106 total. Good start.
Yeah, Mark started getting on fire towards the end of that game. Let's see if it carries over here. First dart in, second dart in. Great shot, Mark.
Yeah, big hit. When you're the two-hole shooter on the team, really your job is just to keep your opponent or keep your partner from being frozen. You're throwing last, and you're really battling against the other two. The first player's job is to get down and try to take it out. But sometimes you'll see if that second player catches fire, they can lap everyone else, and they may be the one trying to take the shot out. So opening with a big 150 there really puts all the pressure back on Terrence and Chris with them throwing second.
All right, so looking to make it perfect here, which he is definitely capable of doing. What do you think, Don?
Yeah, first start a little low. Perfect's a big ask, and he doesn't really need to be perfect. Even he's ahead by 80, 82 points from the next highest player with Terrence. Chris really needs to pick it up here. Only scoring 37 on his first round. He needs at least a ton here. A hat trick would be great, but he needs to find 2 bullseyes here with this turn. Only able to come away with 38, and this is the danger when you're the number 2 player and your team is throwing second. A couple bad rounds and you fall behind so quickly that almost immediately your partner's at risk of being frozen. And Dave and Mark are both throwing pretty solid right now, both scoring well, and as I say that, I kind of give Dave the commentator's curse, only coming away with 40 points there. But Terrence, all he can really do is step on the gas pedal, try to get down as quickly as possible, and hope that he's not frozen once he gets there.
Yeah, curious if it would be just best for him to go for bullseyes on that shot. I see he really likes hitting triples.
Yeah, you can see Chris Summers in the background really going through it. Emotional, upset. Can't stop talking about it. He just needs to kind of get in his zone, lock it in, and get that out of his head. Understand that you can't rethrow those bad darts. All you can do is focus, throw your next 3 ones, get as close to perfect as you can do, and keep hitting it. Emotions start building up, and you can see even just after that first dart, it's starting to lead to some bad decisions. No chance he should have been thrown at that 20 with that first dart. That bullseye is a much bigger target than the triple 20, and just need to stay disciplined and know your strengths and know kind of what the odds are. You're going to be in better shape throwing at the bullseyes, and unfortunately, with the second and third darts, falling at a low number, so only scoring 11. And, if something doesn't change here quickly, we kind of see the writing on the wall. Mark already up by, 120 points off of Terrence and 210 points on top of Chris. So the freeze is pretty well imminent here unless some big change happens mid-match.
Yeah, it feels like Chris is putting quite a bit of pressure on himself, and to hate the pressure is to hate the game. So this game is filled with that, and some people love the pressure moments. Some people don't love the pressure moments, and either way, I liked how he stepped back for quite a while, regained himself, and Mark steps up here.
Yeah, Terrence going at the 19s again that round, able to find 4 of them with the 777, so a decent score. It's not something I'd typically advise, but he's hit the triple every time he's thrown at it, so, to each his own. You saw right after that shot, Chris seeing that Terrence had a pretty decent score, took a deep breath and tried to settle, and maybe Terrence throwing well hopefully can kind of pull Chris back into this match mentally before it really gets out of hand.
Great first dart by Chris. Hits a second one. Just a bit low on that third dart, but let's see if that can carry on to his next throw with the momentum. Dave stepping up here. 294. He's going to need to have a big round, and I'm sure he's looking at the 19s here. Decides to go bullseye, just a bit low on that third dart.
Yeah, you can see that low ton should be a settler for Chris. First 2 right in the heart, had a shot at a hat trick, but sometimes when you get in this mode, you really got to pull yourself out, because even after the hit, you can see he's still a little upset. Terrence not bothered at all with whatever's going on with Chris. buries the first two triple 19s, hits a 7 for a solid 121 score. He's down to a 115, and he's not frozen yet, so, there's still an opportunity here. He's going to need to hit a shot. Hopefully Chris can stay locked in like he did on the last round. He's going to need another ton to keep him safe, and then Terrence may have a look here at the match starts.
Yeah, Terrence gets a look at that 115. It could be goodbye. So let's see what Chris does here.
I love that Chris took a couple extra seconds here just to settle. I know the dart didn't go exactly where he wanted, but this is what he's going to need to do, because you can see the frustrations just mounting with him every dart that's not hitting, and there needs to be an understanding. You're not at master's level yet. You're not averaging 5.0s, so you're going to have darts that miss, and you're just going to need to accept that and just try to lock in and hit the best shots that you can. This frustration, it's just making everything tense and making everything tougher for him.
They opt to not go for the bullseye there, and didn't look like it was the great choice to make.
Yeah, any big score there's really going to put Chris under pressure for freezing Terrence. Now, see, this happened in the last round with Terrence, too, where once he got down to the business end of it, he started throwing some slack darts. He did switch to that 19 wisely on the last one and buried it, so left on just a triple 16, so at this point, just hoping either for a big score for Chris or for a couple of misses from Mark and David. Mark is not interested in that at all, though. Buries the next two bullseyes, and he has, at this point, frozen Terrence. So Chris is going to need a big shot here, at least a ton, preferably a 150 to keep Terrence from being frozen.
Yeah, I do think Mark's only had one slack round the whole match, and if he gets a look at that 17, if Terrence misses that 48, I'm sure he'll hit it.
And this is a huge shot and timely and really unfortunate with that third dart. I thought it was there. It caught a 14. But you know what? Job done at this point. David is going to need to get under like a 157, a 153 to freeze. So it's definitely doable. But for the moment, Chris has kept his partner from being frozen. First start into the 2. I don't know that he's done the math here. He had to have a bullseye there to freeze. And, Terrence has one more shot here to take this leg and take this match. And I think if you could just take a moment and do the math before you throw, you could have played for the freeze. You don't have to hit a 150 there. You don't have to try to take an out, man. Just get enough to stop the opportunity from their hot shooter from getting a look at the out here.
Terrence for double 12. Busts it. What do you think about that, Don?
Yeah, he was going for the triple 16 with the first start. Flies a little high, hits a triple 8. Not the end of the world, but committed the cardinal sin. He was trying to just throw fat and fat 12 and got just a little bit slack. And Mark does the same thing, throwing for a fat 17. And sometimes when you're just tell yourself, hey, this is just an easy single, your body relaxes and it has the muscle memory to fly right into those triples because that's what you're always practicing. So same thing happens there with the 17. Now, fortunately for Chris, he's got a real opportunity. If he can just find a big score here, he could potentially even freeze out Mark. Unable to do so, only scoring 7 with all 3 darts. So, momentum shift again, doors open. Any big shot here from Dave, and he's going to be able to freeze Terrence out. So this game really hangs in the balance, the last shot in this one here.
Yeah, Dave really needs to do the math, and looks like he has a great shot. Low ton there from Dave Booth Sr., and Terrence is going to get a look at this. No, Terrence is frozen. What do you think he's going to get it down to?
Yeah, big trip 14 to leave 6. I mean, that's a fine leave, but you can see the resignation on his face. He knows he let that last chance slip away, and chances of Mark busting again aren't real high. He's been throwing great this whole match.
Yeah, he sure has shot great the whole match. He did have one blank round and a bust, I think, and all the other ones were really good rounds. Thought that was a good one, so we are 1-1 here. Looks like we're going to diddle, and just into the 1 a little high. Definitely see Terrence hitting the bullseye here.
Yeah, skips off that flight just a couple dots out, so it looks like Dave is going to have the throw. Dave and Mark will start. And, the hardest part about this game 30 is Terrence knows he had a shot. He had 3 darts at it. Unfortunately, he did get froze after that. But, you know, when you're playing at a big event and you're getting deeper into the tournament, you're not going to have a whole lot of shots at out. So when they come up, you need to take them. And he knows he let one slip there. So the hardest part is just kind of refocusing, locking back in, saying, hey, that was just game 2, and they'd already won game 1. So this is where it matters. You need to lock in and finish this one out. Yeah, darts kind of flying everywhere right now. It's really surprising to see people switching off of the bullseye and throwing at the triples. They're starting to hit, but Terrence right back into the bullseye with the first one, shaking his head and able to refocus and hit it with the second one. Big start, and, you know, your goal at this point, you know, low ton all the way through, have a nice 15 darter, close it out, and shake hands and move on to the next round.
Mark looking at the start here. Had a big start last time. Slow start on that throw from Mark, but let's see how Chris's attitude is towards this game. See if he let those wild emotions flow into this one, which is something that you do learn as a dart player not to do. That game's done, like Don has said, and let's see how he does.
Yeah, that's part of a maturity thing as a dart player. The more you play, the more you get put in these situations, you gain and learn an understanding. So it's all part of the learning process when you're coming up through the levels and through the ranks. I did see him throw those 3 darts. Didn't see too stressed out. Looks like, you know, he's not going to be happy with that score, but looks like he's doing okay. He's trying to stay focused and just needs to keep plugging away with this leg. They're both right in it. You know, Terrence is only 7 points behind after David's thrown twice, so they're actually in a good spot. Good score for here from Terrence. Could really turn the tide and put the pressure on David and Mark.
Yeah, it's almost surprising to see him shoot at the bullseye 3 times. Honestly, I was almost expecting a trip 19 from him.
Yeah, and honestly, like, he has been hitting that trip 19, but yeah, if you over 1,000 darts, if you're throwing at the bullseye, you're going to average higher. It's just a simple fact. And Mark proving the point there with a solid 117. I'd like to see a little more discipline out of Terrence. He's a good shot. He's hitting his shots, and he's able. But if he's able to hit that triple 19, he should be able to hit that bullseye too. And over the long haul, you're going to average more. So I like the fact that he stayed there with all 3. And here's Chris right back into the double. Now that should give him a little confidence. Just ride that dart, follow it right in. There you go. And one more. Just try to hit that white flight on that dart, and prove me wrong, I guess. So not sure of the thought process behind there. Maybe it's just a confidence thing and something to kick him into gear, but he hit it for the big 160 and really putting the screws to Dave. Dave knows he needs a big shot here. And going off of the bullseye again, not quite sure I understand it. Switches back for the second one and hits it. Misses with the third. But Chris really turning this whole game on its head, where he was the one really dragging behind and slowing Terrence down in the last leg. Now he's leading the charge. So good to see him turn that around mentally and start to hit some shots here.
Yeah, he does stab at that 19 on that throw as expected, and Mark seems to be throwing really well this whole match, so let's see if he can turn this up here. Double bull second dart. And just a bit outside, but he's got such a great smooth throw. I see Mark doing big things in his career. Let's see how Chris does here. Going for the bull, hits it, first dart.
Yeah, Chris is really a confidence player. When he hits that first one, he's usually pretty decent at following it in. See, that third dart was really close, so he has the lead, and he just needs to keep plugging away, keep that lead. He's in the 4-hole, the hardest spot to win from, but he's got the lowest score, so he's in the driver's seat. He just needs to control this match and just keep plugging away with the scoring.
David getting one in the bullseye, coming up with 63 points. Terrence is due for a big round here.
Yeah, big ton from Terrence here, taking the point lead, but he has thrown one extra time over Chris. But he's in a great spot. He's 70, almost 70 points ahead of Dave, and the same with Mark. So nearly 100 points with Mark. So he's in a good spot. If Mark doesn't hit something, he needs a bullseye here. He's able to find it, but still, Chris is in the driver's seat here with him and Terrence nearly equal in score after Chris yet to throw. So they're both in a good spot. They need to keep plugging away and keep scoring. And best case scenario, you can freeze them out and have a couple shots at the out here.
Good last dart there from Chris. Staying confident on them 2 misses to pull it together and hit one. Let's see what David Booth does here.
Only a 22 from Dave there. I think there's maybe kicking in. There's a whole lot of pressure here at the tail end of this match. He knows it's game 3. There's not a lot of time. And Terrence and Chris just keep on hitting. So a great 120 there from Terrence, leaving himself a 66. And they're in freeze territory now, which is a great spot. So they're sitting at 210. Dave's at 233. So even though it's not showing on the scoreboard, Mark's already frozen. And there it comes up after the first bullseye. So not going to have an opportunity to take this out. And Chris he doesn't need to take out the 140. He just needs a good, solid score. Doesn't need to check the 144. Throw the first 2 at the bullseye and see what you got left. Just keep ticking away and keep them frozen.
Yeah, him asking what the out is looking like he's going to take a stab at it. And like you said, he just needs to get it down. So he might take the stab at it the first shot and then maybe proceed just to get the score low.
Yeah, I don't even know if he was asking what the out is. I think it was more of a strategy thing, like, hey, what do you want me to throw at to ensure that I freeze these guys out? So job done. They're frozen. And, if he can get down below 80, he's going to freeze both sides. But Dave isn't quite frozen yet. But Mark still is. So depending on what Dave scores here, he could unfreeze Mark, but Terrence still has to throw. He's going to have a look at the out and the opportunity to freeze. So either way, I'd go 16 with the first dart if I'm Terrence, and then take a stab at the bull and see what we got left. But no matter what, we're not gonna bust this score because that could be absolutely critical. All he needs to do is get underneath a 58. So he only needs 8 points here. He's gonna freeze out Mark to give Chris an opportunity at the game shot. So job done here.
2 bolt.
Now, if I'm him here, he did take it, and that's a great shot. But there's also an argument to be made there. Just going up, hitting the button, and guarantee yourself a shot. But he pins it with the third dart. High risk, high reward, right? So if he hits a double, triple, 16, or a 19, he's going to bust. He's going to lose all that score, and he's going to hand the momentum back to Mark. It's going to take a big shot to win. But he would have given the shot back. But he has no time for strategy. He's just going to pin that 7, shake their hand, and move on to the next round. So great shot by Terrence at the end. Congratulations.
Yeah, so what level was that, Don? Do you know?
Yeah, that was a level 2 match. Top 8 match.
All right, so great win there in level 2 by Terrence Robinson.
Next match, we're going to have a Masters King Seat Doubles 01 match coming up. So this should be a good one here. Should be Ron Otto and Tim Sheehan versus Gary Clark. Ron Otto and Howard Hill versus Tim Sheehan and Gary Clark. So should be a great match here, guys. Give me just a couple minutes to get it set up, and we'll get you rolling here.
Yeah, thank you, Don. And just letting everybody know, we are here in Waterford, Michigan. This is the regional dart tournament hosted by Motor City Entertainment. Big shout out to TWK Darts and Entertainment for all his streaming genius things that he knows. We really appreciate Trevor here, and we really appreciate Don. This is our first stream, so it all just kind of coming together. Don, how do you think the weekend's been going, and how do you think how do you like streaming back here?
Yeah, I watch a lot of darts, even when I'm at tournaments and there is no streaming. I'll sit down and I'm watching a lot of matches. So this is a blast for me. I love kind of being on the inside, being able to talk about it, and conversating with the people that are dropping comments on the YouTube channel. So if you're in there, say hello. If you got any questions, absolutely hit us up. But yeah, I'm having a blast, man. It's only my first time ever doing this, so it's definitely a learning curve. But I think we're getting the hang of it. I think
Kim, your
the
order's
stream's
ready,
going okay.
Kim.
I've had a lot of compliments from the players. They really appreciate us being here, and a lot of them look forward to getting a chance to throw on the stream. So I think it's all good things and positivity.
Yeah, Brian Henry had mentioned to me that having the stream board and everything really changes the event and makes it better, and we're glad to be here. Me and Don watch all the PDC, CDC, PPD. We watch it all. We text back and forth all the time. So hey, might as well talk about darts while we're watching it live. And Don is very big student of the game. He's been doing this for a very long time. I have not been doing this for a very long time, but I do love it. And I'm a big sports fan, so I love all the averages and everything. I know football and basketball real well, so I'm a stat guy. Brian Henry's also a stat guy. Don's a stat guy. We love him. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. We have a great match here. Ron Otto, Howard Hill, Sheehan, and Clark. And I tell you what, it's going to be a high-power event, guys. It is going to be the Masters level, so it'll be race to 3, 501 freeze, open in, double out, split bull, which these guys are all going to be in the high 30s, 40s. You just never really know when it comes to the Masters. They've all been prepared to be here, and it's going to be a great match. Stay tuned. All right, so it looks like they are getting warmed up here on the stream board. This is Tim Sheehan right here. Great shot. He's got great averages. These guys are some midnight dart club guys. All 4 of them are down there. If you guys are not familiar with the Midnight Dart Club, very worth your time, especially if you like darts. Search them on YouTube, Facebook. Watch a couple matches, and you'll be hooked. Our buddy Scotty runs it, and they do a great job. They're very inspiring, and I tune in every time they're on. What about you, Don?
Yeah, I love watching those guys. They have a great Sunday night stream that I click into a lot. Actually, great to see Scotty here today. He's taken a couple-year hiatus from competitive darts. And I think this was his first event back. He did make a match on the stream earlier today. Really good to see him. Haven't seen him in a while. I've heard him a lot on the commentary. He's always on there. Great to listen to him. But great seeing him today. And throwing some good darts today from what I hear. So if we get a chance, we might be able to pull him into the commentary booth and get a couple minutes with him and just get his thoughts. But really great guy. Good to see him, and love to see my people at all of these local events. Gary Clark making the stream again. He's been absolutely on fire all weekend. Had a great result. Went deep in almost every event I think that he's played. So playing here in the King Seat match. Gary and Tim Sheehan are playing against Howard and Ron, and both those guys are in form. Howard's had a couple good events as well. Been on the stream a few times, so should see some fireworks here. Open in, double out, basically standard steel tip rules. No double in, open in, double out. Should see some big scores here, and should be a lot of fun to watch.
All right, Ron's going to step up here. Ron is a great shot himself. Going to be looking at that trip 20 and just a bit left. Off round from Ron. Let's see if Gary can capitalize off that.
Yeah, only scoring the score that's nicknamed as breakfast, so I won't be happy with the breakfast shot, but it is the first round, our first inning, first round within the leg, so looking to get loose. But Gary Clark taking no time getting loose. First darts directly into the triple 20. Nice solid 121 shot. Howard Hill's going to have a big shot here to kind of put some pressure back on Tim Sheehan for the next shot.
Yeah, Howard Hill and Gary Clark have been absolute fire all weekend, every day, every event it feels like. Gary Clark really was one of the big firepowers we've had on this stream earlier this weekend, and him and Millar battle, and what a great weekend. So Tim steps up here.
Yeah, Howard answered with a good ton. Tim, very methodical player. He almost has similar to like a golf pre-shot routine, and he'll do it the same way every time. He takes his time. He won't throw his first dart until he's absolutely comfortable. First dart sliding into that triple one. He won't be happy with that 43 score, but this is darts, and especially at the Masters level, when you're not throwing at the hot bowl, you are going to have some lower scores, as we see with Ron with the 45. So just a matter of getting over that one. You can't unthrow those, so get ready for your next round. Try to throw a big score after that. Gary Clark right back into the triple 20. He's really been solid all weekend. Second one there as well. And third one, filling it up for the big 180, leaving 200 after 6. Great start for Gary Clark.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Gary, and not real surprised, to tell you the truth. Probably going to see quite a few of them here. Good shot by Howard Hill.
Yeah, steady 95. He started with 100 in the first round and a 95 this time. So that's really what he's expecting. That's what he's expecting to average here, right in and around 100. So wasn't real happy with the 555, which I understand, but he is trying to follow that 180. So might have really been trying to force the issue and get that big score in there. Tim Sheehan, first start right in the triple, following it with the second. Expect the third one real close here. And just great shot, hitting the 140. And, at this point, Gary Clark's kind of taking control of this leg. And Tim's job is just to keep him safe from being frozen, stay within touching distance, and let Gary do the heavy lifting on this leg and move on to the second one here. Ron Otto says not so fast, hitting a ton, bringing it down to 130. So if Gary has a wayward round here, it could open the door for Howard, but he's been so solid all week, and I expect him to be right in there with a good score. unhappy with that first dart, and don't think it was so much that it didn't hit the triple 20, but it was just in a really tough spot. And as you see there, the second dart catching that flight, and luckily it could be a lucky break. He broke the tip off to open the triple 20 up again, so there were no more darts in the way, but unable to convert with that third dart, just coming in a little low. After 9, still sitting at 140, not the end of the world, but he would have wanted to see more than 60. So like I said before, with a lower score there, could have opened the round or opened the door for Ron and Howard to kind of sneak back into this leg, but Howard unable to convert, only scoring 26. So he'll be disappointed here. And this is where Tim really needs to take over here and just support his partner. A good ton plus shot here is really just going to give Gary a little security here, knowing he's going to have 3 clear at this out.
Looking focused, gonna need to hit this trip here and a little high. Well, off round from Tim, so Ron's gonna step up here and try to get this down.
Yeah, not the end of the world. He still does have a lower score than Howard, so not at any risk of a freeze. But with a big score here, Ron really could have put a little bit of pressure on Gary, but only able to come away with a 44. So Gary's going to have game shot. He is certainly capable of taking this, but a ton plus would be great. If he gets a shot at it, it would be amazing to see him take it out. And going into the triple 12 there, not sure the strategy there. And now into the triple 4. So I expect him to go with the triple 20 here to leave 32, but the first two have really caught me off guard. Yeah, it goes at the 20. Only was able to hit 60, but 349 total. So Tim with a big shot here could freeze out the other team, and Howard only able to come away with 60. So yeah, a big 10 plus score here from Tim. Anything over 100 is gonna freeze the other team out. He knows. He's done the math. These guys have been around. They know exactly how this game is played and the strategy behind it. So he's looking to catch at least 100 here. Yeah, Carolyn, both these guys have been around forever, and they're both great shots, and they know each other's game, and they're all friends here, so they're all pretty comfortable. And like I said, any ton plus shot there from Tim is going to freeze out both of the players. Or, I'm sorry, it's going to freeze out Howard with round still to shoot, though. So going right into the triple 20 with his first dart and with his second. So that's exactly what he needed. A nice 140 score to keep the game alive. But Gary here with 3 darts at 72.
Yeah, this is a double out event here, and going to be looking at the double 12. Gary Clark for double 12. Hits it. Great shot, Gary. Yeah, Gary's showing dominance in this match, and he's been dominant all weekend. So let's see how Ron's. Nope, Ron.
Yeah, just trying to get that broken tip out of there for him. Get a clean play surface for him. At this level, you really do want a clean surface. You don't want any weird bounce outs or anything.
Yeah, Don, it does catch your eye every time, and it seems petty, but, it's not. It shows to be helping Ron.
Yeah, decent 85 start there. That's kind of bare minimum at this level. You really want 100 plus pretty much every time you throw if possible. Yeah, first dart wayward, Gary able to make a great adjustment, hit the triple on the second dart. Another 85, so tie ball game coming into the back half of these rounds.
Great first start by Howard Hill. Hits a second one in there, fills the bet up, 180 Howard Hill.
Yeah, these are the type of shots we expect from Howard. He's been around here forever. He knows what he's doing, and I've seen this time and time again from him. So great shot, massive start with a 180. Tim under a bit of pressure here. He knows he needs to have a good score here.
Yeah, I do expect a big round from Tim pretty much every time he's at the line. So here he is. See if he can snag that third one in there, and
Yeah.
just a little bit to the left. But you know, I'm sure he'll come back with a big round.
Yeah, I really would have liked to have that third dart in that triple. Just a little wayward falling into the 5, but there's always another round here. And looks like Ron might be letting him off here, but he does find that triple 20 on the third dart. Yeah, I fully expect, like a 140 plus here from Gary. He's really locked in. He knows he needs a big score here, and right on cue. First dart right into the triple 20. Second dart unlucky. Same third, clipping right off that wire, just going low. So nice solid ton from Gary, and just to stay within touching distance of Howard.
Howard filling up that bet again, and he does. Nice shot, Howard Hill. No, 140. Still a great shot. Howard's dialed.
Yeah, 3 good darts. You can see Howard's really feeling it right now. So he needs this leg. He knows he cannot give up another one. So going to stay focused and locked in here. Oh, great shot from Tim. Only able to catch a 123. That third dart slipping into the 1. But good shot here. At this point, really, what they're going to try to do is attack Ron's score and try to freeze Howard out. Howard's so far ahead right now that barring a really bad shot from Howard, they're probably not going to be able to catch him without a little bit of help. So Ron only scoring to 49. If Gary and Tim can both put in a big shot here, they may be able to freeze Howard after his next shot. So I think that's really the goal at this point. Just lock in, score as many points as you can, and see if you can't get an extra round or 2 with the freeze. Yeah, commentator's curse. Sorry about that, Gary. But yeah, sliding into the triple 1 with the third dart, only able to come away with 43. Howard knows he's in the driver's seat here, needs a big score, does find the triple with the third dart, leaving himself a very doable 2 dart out on his next round. At this point, Tim needs to put in a big score and hope from a wayward turn here with Ron and Gary with another big score. They may be able to freeze, but they're going to need a little bit of help. And at Masters level, you're never wanting to rely on your opponent to miss. You need to be in control of the match. So able to put 100 in there, getting down to 233. We're going to have to see what Ron does, but any decent shot here, and it should free Howard up to take a good look at that 96.
Yeah, I did expect him to have a big round there, and he sure did. And nice third dart from Ron, hitting the trip 20 for this. Got a snag dart in there.
Yeah, that third dart was absolutely critical. With those first 2 missing the way they did, he was at risk to be frozen, but he ends up finding it with the third and really saves that turn and keeps Howard alive here just with a 2 dart out. Triple 20, double 18, and should be able to have this leg won here. Yeah, going at the double 8 here. I love this shot. And he pins it. So, great shot. Throwing a 41-7 and split bowl double out. Great round. Great round for Howard. Nice little 12 darter there.
All right, so great shot from Howard Hill, and Gary to start here. Or no. Yeah, Gary to start here. And see if he can get him a trip 20 in here. So it is a 1-to-1 event or match here, and race to 3 here in Masters. Open in, double out, split bowl. Ron Otto with the 180 there. Great start, Ron.
Yeah, Ron had a tough leg, the last leg, but this is what he's able to do. He'll be happy with that start and really putting the pressure back on the other team after Gary only starting with a 50. Yeah, an unfortunate slide out of that triple 20 into the triple 1. Into that triple 1. Big shot from Howard, coming back on fire just like he did in the last leg. Big shot to hit that 140. They're throwing second, but they're sitting on a decent lead. So barring a couple big shots from Gary and Tim, they really need to step on the gas here, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered. Just hit a 135 to lead 316. Pulling himself within striking distance, but at this point with that big 180 start, Ron's essentially stolen the throw, so he's throwing with only like a 5-point deficit, so needing to find a big triple, and he does on that third one. So great solid start, 180 and a 97 for Ron, right in the driver's seat, right where he wants to be for the second leg. This is a race to 3 with losers starting until the final leg, so if he can break throw here, it would really put them in a commanding position.
Yeah, Don, this is a great match here. It is 1-1 right now, race to 3. Tim into the trip 20. And pulls the low ton off. Nice shot, Tim.
Yeah, solid 100 there. He and Gary are running pace for pace with each other, but as of right now, and not able to keep up with the firepower of Howard and Ron. They're really just firing on all cylinders, looking great right now. So big score needed from Gary here to kind of reel him back in. Yeah, you can see the frustration with Gary. Those neighbors are really getting him right now, just missing a little left and right, and it's costing him. So Ron here with a 56-point lead and the darts and 3 more to go. So in a comfortable spot, especially with that first one and second one buried right in the center of the triple. Almost hits another maximum, so sitting on 125, left himself 99, which is not an ideal out, but he's going to have a bit of time here with him still sitting on 318.
Tim's going to be looking at that trip 20 first dart. Hits it. Hits another one into the trip 20.
Yeah,
no low ton there, 140. Great shot, Tim.
Yeah, no reason to switch off of there. Just keep piling the points in and try to pressurize Howard's next shot here.
Yeah, I'm not real sure if Howard feels pressure.
Well, he's been around here for long enough. He's been here, he's done that. But absolutely, when you start getting an intense match, especially if it's in a decider, everybody's going to feel it a little bit. It's all about how you handle it and what your body reflexes do in that situation. But the more times you put yourself in that spot, the better you're going to be able to work with it. He's definitely one of the veterans around here, and he knows what he's doing. He's been there and he's done that. So he probably reacts better than most.
Looking at the 96 here. 76 left and hits another 20. 43 on that round, little low for Ron, seeing that he's been absolute fire in this game.
Yeah, he's had a great leg. A little bit of a tough round, leaving himself 56. Both Tim and Gary, neither of them are on and out, but they sure could put a big shot in here and put a lot of pressure on his next out shot. So this game is not over by any means. He does have a healthy lead, but man, it's still really tight, a lot tighter than the numbers might reflect.
55 there from Tim, and Howard's going to get this 181 down.
Yeah, if he can get under a 67, he's going to freeze Gary. So, and I think he knew that, and that's what that last shot was going at. He knew what his number was. He knew what his total was. So he just had to get under 123. Gary didn't have an out, but I'm sure that he doesn't like seeing that frozen symbol on his screen. So Ron here coming up. Gary sitting on 40, so he's certainly position A right now to take it out if he gets the opportunity. Ron just needing either a 16 double 10, a double 20, or a 20 double 18, but falls into the double 7. We go double 16 for the leg. There we go. And a great break of throw there from Ron and Howard. That's a big one, because now Tim and Gary are going to throw again, but to even get to a decider, they're going to have to win this one and break throw on the next one. So that was a big break of throw there for Ron and Howard.
Ron Otto lighting it up. Love every bit of it. Here comes Gary. Trip 20, first dart. A little low there. And a 60 from Gary Clark. So Ron Otto is going to try to capitalize off that. And coming off a big game, let's see how he does.
Yeah, 3 solid darts into the single 20. Gary would have wanted a little more than that. And to be fair, with how close those were to the triple, I think he probably deserved a little more. But right now, they're just not falling for him. He's right on the edge. He's just got to get that little bit better, and they're going to start dropping for him. A nice 85 from Ron. Keeping pace. Nothing huge, but he'll accept that.
I do expect a big game here from Tim. I feel like it's his turn. Tim is due for a big game, and let's see if he can hit this triple here. He does. Great start, Tim.
Yeah, solid ton. Right what he's expecting. He's going to want more, but he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, I do think Tim's going to step up right when he's needed, and Howard gets that second dart into the triple. See how Gary comes up here.
Yeah, Howard just another wayward one into that triple one, right on the wire. It could have been a really big score. Ends up settling for a 68.
All right, so Ron Otto stepping up here. It is 1-2. Ron and Howard race to 3. Open in, double out, split bull. Ron comes out with 85 points there. Here comes Tim. Seems like he's dialed this game.
Yeah, Ron and Howard like nothing better than to just break throw and get this over with. Get it done as quickly as possible. But for that to happen, somebody's going to have to pull out some really big scores, throwing second and fourth. So Tim knows he just needs to stay straight, stay solid, and he should be in good position here. Yeah, exactly what he's looking for. Just stay in the 20, hit as many triples as you can. Really good 140 score, setting himself up with a realistic shot, with a big shot in the next round. Should be able to get through 261 potentially in 6 darts.
And here comes Howard Hill with a 180. Great shot, Howard.
Yeah, Howard Hill saying anything you can do, I can do better. Massive shot there with a 180 to bring himself level with Tim, taking the lead by 8 points and really pressurizing this shot. The only unfortunate thing is he is the last to throw, so if there is anyone that's going to get out in 6, he's going to have the last chance to do it. So he's going to be relying on a miss here.
Got Ron stepping up here. Always expecting a big round from Ron. Low ton for Ron. Great shot. You know, I wonder if Howard Hill has his lucky Ohio State jersey on. I wonder if that's why he's doing so good.
Good God, I hope not. I know he played football at Alabama, so I think he'd have more self-respect than that. So Ron Otto finding that triple 20 with the third dart, that was absolutely required. He was starting to fall behind in this leg, but that triple 20 brought him right back in line. Tim's basically got a full throw ahead of Ron, but he needed that triple to get close. And Tim, again, rock solid, right in the middle, not missing left or right. Another solid 140 to leave himself on a 1-2-1. So he's going to have the first look at it out here.
Yeah, I did call that at the beginning of this match. I said, you know, Tim's going to have a real big game here. I know he's got firepower, and it's just a ticking time bomb, and it's going off right now. Perfect timing.
Yeah, but Howard Hill breathing right down his neck with a great 139 right behind him. So Howard's sitting on 114. Tim knows if this doesn't go away, there's a good chance that Howard's going to have a nice look at it and probably going to at least have one dart for the match here. So a lot of pressure here on Tim. Gary Clark burying the first 2 into that triple 20, taking a moment to compose himself, making sure he knows what he wants to throw at. Goes right back in, a huge 180. And, you know, the biggest thing about that shot is Howard, barring a really big shot from Ron here, he's frozen. So he's going to need a triple. He's going to need at least one triple, and he needs it right now. And not going to do it. So Howard is absolutely frozen right now. All that pressure that was on Tim has now been alleviated. And really here, if he gets a shot at the out, that's great. If he doesn't, just get down to something comfortable and keep them both frozen out because Gary's going to have a look at this 45.
Tim steps up on the 121. Hits a triple 5 first dart, leaving 106 into the triple 1. coming away with 38 there from Tim. Only slack round he's had the whole game, and let's see what Howard gets this down to.
Yeah, without Gary hitting that 180, Tim's last round could have been an absolute disaster. But that's what you have partners for, and Gary bailed him out with that 180, freezing Howard. So now he's just got a simple 2-dart out here, and I expect this to go away here. Single 13, leaving double 16. He's going to have 2 at a double here.
I do like the 13 first dart there. Double 8 for Gary Clark. Just a bit outside.
Yeah, right in the tire. Not a bad shot and not a bad leave. Ron is not frozen, but he's not even low enough for an out. So really what Ron needs to do is literally throw in a 180 and hope for a miss. And a little high on both darts. Does find the third for an 87, but Howard's not frozen, at least not yet. Tim certainly has the ability to do so, though. He's only going to need to get down to 70, so only needs 13 points to complete a freeze. So step 1 is get frozen. There you go. Now step 2, you can take it, but just don't bust it. No matter what you do, keep the number alive. Going with the double 8, and he committed the cardinal sin there. Absolutely what I just talked about not doing. Commentator curse. So Howard's going to have a look here at this 75. I think he's getting a shot where he really didn't expect to have one. So Tim knows how important that is. He's pretty frustrated, and if there's one thing Howard knows how to do, it's take big shots like this. So 1 dart at double 20 for the leg. Oh, and you can see the tension in the arm. Pulled it just a little low left, leaving himself on 35.
Chase, your order's ready. Chase.
But Gary's going to have 3 clear at double 8. I don't know that he thought he was going to get this opportunity, but he's a great shot, and I fully expect him to take advantage here. Yeah, right in the center for the second dart. So squaring it up at 2-2, a lot of drama at the end of that leg, and that's kind of what this freeze rule does for you. So sometimes you just get caught up in the moment of trying to win the leg, and that may not always be the best shot. I can hear Tim in the background saying when he's throwing that third dart, all he's thinking is don't go high, don't go high. And it's similar to when you're on the golf course and you got the fairway to the right and the lake to the left, and all you say is don't hit it in the lake, don't hit it in the lake, and the first thing you do is you put the ball in the lake. So sometimes instead of thinking about the negative of don't do this, you need to be thinking about, hey, hit this or go outside, and it almost cost him, but luckily Gary able to hit that double and sealing the win to square it up at 2-2, and now we are here with a match decider. Should be a great win here.
Yeah, we do expect a great one here, and everybody seems to be lighting it up and ready for this match. This is a king seat match here, Masters. Open end, double out, split bull. So Gary Clark's going to be looking at the trip 20 first dart.
Yeah, Gary winning the cork there, and it is a huge advantage to have a throw on such an important leg, and that is probably the most unlucky dart I've seen of this match. He hits the dart, hits the triple 20, and for some reason, maybe the dart spun and the flight hit the triple 5, but registers a triple 5. Super unlucky, very unfortunate. Tries to compose himself, but does come in low on that third dart. So starting with a solid 95, it should have been a whole lot more, and he knows that, but this is darts, and he'll try to adapt to that as best he can.
.40 from Ron to start here. Let's see how Tim responds to that.
Yeah, Ron knows how important this leg is, too, and he knows he really should have started strong. He's a little frustrated. He's taking a few steps trying to walk it off, get his head right, because he knows he needs a bigger shot there, but he'll be back, and he'll be focused, and he'll be trying to pour some more triple 20s in there. Tim, as stoked as ever, right after that big miss at the end of the last leg, it ended up not costing him, and great job at refocusing, recentering himself, and finding 2 triple 20s in this first turn to really put the pressure on Howard. With Tim already up 100 points over top of Ron, Howard needs to hit a big shot here, or else he could find his team in a lot of trouble. Only able to come away with 40. So Gary knows they're in the driver's seat right here. One big score here, and he's really turning the screws on this other team.
Yeah, it looks like Gary and Tim are prepared for this match. I tell you, Tim and Gary looked like they brought their best darts for the end maybe, and let's see how Gary does on this third dart.
Yeah, if you're going to catch fire, the deciding leg's the one to do it on. Gary only able to hit 59, so he'll be disappointed. And Ron knows, hey, with that miss, door's open again here. If he can throw in a 140 or 180, he can put the pressure right back on and pull his team right back in where it looked like it was starting to get a bit out of hand. So able to find the triple with the second dart and sliding into the 5 on the third. So not the end of the world. He's pretty close to Gary now after that slack last turn. Yeah, and momentum shifted right back to Tim here. If he can hit a big shot, he can really keep that pressure on. Just keep on steady ton 40s. That's what he's going to need here to keep the pressure on the other team here.
Going to be looking at the triple here on this third dart, and it's a great shot, Tim.
Yeah, great job finding the third one. It started with a 140, backed it up with a 100. Tim's throwing great right now, right on pace for a 12-darter, which I think throwing first, if you're throwing a 12-darter, the other team's going to have to throw 9. So you're in a great spot, man. If he can throw in another 140, 180, leave himself at a reasonable outshot, he's in great shape. With Howard only hitting 60, he's really putting a whole lot of pressure on Ron here to kind of pick him up.
First dart trip 20 for Gary. See if he can hit it again. And he does. Great shot, Gary, with the 140.
Yeah, big shot there. Taking the team lead ahead of Tim by 54 and 160 up on Ron and 200 up on Howard. Barring some type of collapse here on the other side, they're going to need to do something really special and hope for some fortunate breaks in this back half of this leg.
Tim steps up to this 261 here. Looks like he's pretty dialed right now, so expecting a big round from Tim. First dart right into the trip 20. And another dart into the trip 20. And a 121, big darts from Tim Sheehan. Let's see how Howard Hill does this, stepping up to a 104.
Yeah, he needs all of them, and he knows it. He can't really miss here. Yeah, that 401's tough to be at after 6 darts, 9 darts, or that was 9 there. So leaving himself on 261. Tim doing exactly what he needed to do. Nice little ton plus. He is on and out for a 12 darter. Doesn't necessarily have to take it here, I don't think, but would love a big score and right on time. Gary finding that triple 20 to really turn the screws here on Ron and Howard. Ron, anything less than a 140 simply isn't enough at this point.
Momentum is in the favor of Gary and Tim. Ron says, hey, I'm still here. Hits a 140 himself.
Yeah, just like I said, that was kind of what he needed to even keep himself within this leg. He knows it, and he hit the shot when he needed it. He would have loved to be in a better position, but he's trying to claw himself back and keep on fighting, and that's what you do in this Masters level. Everybody's going to hit big shots. You just got to keep your head straight and keep plugging away and hope for a good shot here.
Yeah, all 4 of these players shooting great on the stream here.
Will be on the lane. We're shutting the bar down.
Slack round from Tim, hitting a 19. That's all right, though. I think Howard's going to have a big round here. And what do you think, Don?
Yeah, Tim's really disappointed, and Howard knows how big that miss was, and immediately right back in with 2 triple 20s with his first 2 darts. And with that miss from Tim, you see how the complexion of this match has completely changed. Somebody's going to have to hit a shot. They're all under 140. There's no freeze that's going to happen. Gary's got 62 left. So here's the question. Both players are on a double. You could go triple 10, double 16, but I think the shot here is you throw out the triple 12. If you hit the single, it leaves you a double bull. If you hit the triple 12, it leaves double 18, and he doesn't go for it. He goes for the 10, and he just took himself out of the game. If he throws at the 12, he's going to leave a bull at least. He's going to hit a single. If he hits a triple, he leaves himself double 18. Throwing at the 10, you have to hit the triple to leave yourself an outshot. And I think he's just now realizing he's not going to be able to freeze. Well, let me check this. So if he hits a 50, if he hits a double bull, he could freeze. He needs to get under 17. So a triple 15, a triple 16 could all freeze. But either way, he needs a triple. And really the right shot, you want to give yourself game shot. Should have went with the 12s there with the second dart. And maybe he didn't think about that. That could be, I don't know. I'm not going to say a lack of experience because he's played split ball forever. And I can see Tim looking at him right now, and I'll guarantee that is the conversation he's having with him right now. So Ron into the 7 with the first start, leaving 100. And that was a really clutch triple 20 to leave that 40. So now all the pressure's back on Tim because Howard's certainly capable of taking this 138. And this is a real nail biter coming right down to the wire here. Tim knows he needs this 121, and it needs to go away quickly.
Yeah, I think this is the second time Tim has looked at a 121. See how he does his first dart here. Set and composed.
Yeah, when you see players on 121, 141, it's really an indication of a really good player because what that means is they have not strayed from that 20 segment the whole game. So left on 121, sitting on 64, he will not be happy with only leaving 50, only scoring 57 to leave 64. Now Howard knows what time it is here. He needs it. Nothing less than a ton's going to be good enough. And falling into the 2.5s, and an absolute tragedy here because with only scoring 30, Ron Otto is now frozen. Gary has a good shot to take this out, but even if he misses, Ron's not going to have the opportunity to win the game here.
Gary Clark for double 16.
Yeah, he's going to have 2 darts here for the match. It's a pretty typical double,
Gary
something
Clark.
all of them are going to be comfortable with. And there it is, right in the center. Big shot. Way to clutch up right at the end. Big shot from Gary after a slight miscalculation on his last round, able to redeem himself and move on to the king seat match. So congratulations to them. Ron and Howard are going to have to come back through the bottom side, but they're not out. They're certainly a team, a force to be reckoned with. Big win for Tim and Gary.
All right, so it looks like we got a match coming up. Scott and Devlin versus, is it Odie and Todd? So it's Odie and Todd and Scott and Devlin. Todd's going to start here. All right, Todd start here. Hits low ton. Nice job, Todd. This is a level 1 event here, so it is open in, open out, full bowl. So the whole bowl is 50 points. Scott steps up here. I'm familiar with Scott. He's a great shot. First dart into the double bowl. Comes away with the low ton. Good job, Scott. Let's see how Adi responds to this. I know he mentioned about being nervous about the stream earlier, so hopefully he can shake these jitters. Great first throw, landing in the bullseye to get 86 points. I am also very familiar with Devlin. Devlin is a great shot himself, and he's going to show you why. All right, so coming away with one bullseye. Todd Hay is going to have a big round here. I've been watching him all weekend. He definitely shoots some fire darts and composed and looks good. Let's see what he's got.
Mike,
See if he hits that hat trick. And he does. Great shot, Todd. Scott's going to step up here and see if he can answer the hat trick with the hat trick. I know he's definitely capable of doing it. Coming away with one bowl after that hat trick. Gonna have a good round here from Adi. Last dart, double bowl. Good pick there. Adi Ferguson. Devlin steps up here at 425. Going to be looking at the bullseyes. Gets it in there on that last dart.
Yeah, Todd's coming back after he's been back for a couple of years now, but took quite a long hiatus. But back in the day, he was an absolute elite player in Michigan. So great to see him back. And man, he can get streaky, but man, when he's on, he's really, really on. As you see there, a couple nice bullseyes right into the center, scoring a 102.
Scott steps up here, going to try to fill her up. Hits it first dart. Adi's going to step up here and try to get that first dart in that bullseye. Sticks the third dart. Great shot.
Yeah, I played against Todd and Adi in the mixed trips event with their lady, and man, when they get on, they both get rolling. It's a tough duo to deal with. So they get comfortable and get flying here. Look for some fireworks. Great shot by Devlin there, hitting the 112, bringing him right in line with Adi there.
Todd taking his time here. Having a really good match. Hat trick, 102. Let's see how he handles this 146. Bullseye first dart, trip 20, second dart, hits it. Double 18. Ooh, falls into the double 4. Don, what do you think?
Yeah, a little unlucky on that last one. I know he checked the 140 on us for the match, so he's definitely capable. He won't be too distraught. Sitting on 28 with the other team, both players over 250. He knows he's going to get another look. So now it's just, at this point, pretty elementary. Just clean this game up and go on to game 2.
Scott's going to try to get this third dart in here. And he gets it in there. Great shot, Scott, with the 115.
Yeah, Scott's another really methodical player, but he's almost always dead straight. He's pretty centered. His mechanics are sound, and pretty good player out of the Flint area. Okay, so, Devlin has got an interesting shot here. He's not going to be able to take it out, but with a hat trick, he is going to freeze Adi. So he really needs to just stay on that bull, and he's certainly capable of hitting all 3. First two are a must. Even with this bull, 133, another bull's going to freeze him, and he doesn't do the math. Had he stayed on the bullseye, that bullseye would have froze Todd, and at least given him a shot here to kind of whittle that score down, but hadn't done the math before he throws, and now... here's Todd with 3 free darts out of 28.
17, 15. It's the double 10. Busts.
Yeah, that bust really opened the door here for Scott and Devlin to be able to freeze. At this point, I'm not even worrying about the out. I'm going bullseye, and then leave myself whatever I can. Put all that pressure back on Adi to try to keep Todd from being frozen here. Out shouldn't even be in their mind at this point.
This is 3 trip 17s. Do you think he's going to go for it?
I think he will, but I really wouldn't. I think he went for the 20 with the first start. Still, at this point, just piling as many points as you can. He correctly switches to the bullseye in the second dart. A little low right, but I think it's the right move here. Able to find it with a third, so not quite frozen. But if Adi has another slack turn, Devlin with any ton is going to freeze him out most likely. Yeah, so Devlin needing 100 points. If he can get down to a 63 or less, he's going to freeze him. He needs to stop thinking so much. He needs to go at the bullseye. I wouldn't have advised throwing at the 19 to start, but he hit it. So that's great. He needs another bullseye, and he's going to be in great shape here. Needs to find one, though. And there it is. So no chance of freezing. Just go for the 16, leave a 40. The 50 wasn't even a bad idea, but, he falls into the 6, which leaves a 50. So great leave, and just enough to freeze out Todd. Todd's not going to have an opportunity here, and that's just what the doctor ordered. Scott here coming up needs to take it out. If he doesn't take it out, just don't bust and leave a low number, and he'll be just fine here. Todd leaving 2, knows the situation. He's been here before. Not a whole lot you can do there except for hope for Adi to hit a big shot if he gets an opportunity at the next chance.
All right, so 18 bull here for Scott.
Yeah, I should be throwing right at the triple 18. I'm a big fan of throwing at the triple. If you hit it, you leave yourself a big single. If you miss it, you should be still in that 18 to leave the bullseye, which is exactly what happens here. He's got 1 dart at the bull. No chance of busting. Should be freewheeling at this point. Now, leaving himself 44, whatever you throw at, you need to throw at a section of the board that's not going to bust. I like the 14 here. I'd like the 12 as well. Either one of those shots is fine. A triple doesn't bust it. And that 17, while he hit the double, was okay, but it could have been risky if that flies high. But gets away with it, leaving 10. And Adi is not frozen, so he's going to have to hit a big shot here to try to keep Todd from being frozen. Does find the bullseye with the second dart and with the third. So that's exactly what he needed to do. So Scott only at 10. Devlin needs to take this out, or else Todd's going to have an opportunity, most likely, unless he leaves a 1, which, no one wants that. So Devlin here for the first leg, and finds it with the first dart. Great shot, clutch. Great teamwork there to find the freeze and stay with it to keep that pressure on Adi. So taking down the first leg, Scott and Devlin against the throw. So Adi and Todd are going to have to start here, but that shouldn't worry them too much after breaking throw the first time.
Yeah, Todd's going to step up here and most likely hit a hat trick. He's just been dialed all weekend, and see if he can get this second one in there, and he does. Nice shot by Todd.
Yeah, great response after being frozen that first leg. As the on-form player, when you do get frozen, sometimes it's tough to come back from that mentally. There's a bit of frustration because you're doing what you need to do, and you should have had to look at the out, and things just didn't work out for you. So for him to be able to step back, refocus, and lock right in on that bullseye and score a low ton for the first shot is really important and pretty impressive.
2 in the bowl. Let's see if he can get this third one in there. Little low. Nice shot still by Scott.
Yeah, not bothered with Todd's 103 at all. Steps up, fires the first 2 directly into the bullseye to match him. Missing on the third one, but he'll be okay with that for a start. '70 scored from Adi. Not horrible. He will have wanted more, but he'll take that to start. Devlin, I played against him in singles. He was just lighting the board up, so I expect a good round out of him here. Yeah, right on command. 3 right in the bullseye, and that's a big shot. Thrown in the 4 spot, your job is to put as much pressure on that number 3 spot as possible. You're in the worst spot to win the leg and the last one to throw, but starting with a maximum there with a hat trick is a great way to start and try to flip the pressure around on him.
Off shot from Todd. Very unexpected round there from Todd. Let's see how Scott reacts to this. Expecting big darts.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that can be attributed to that pressure applied from Devlin with that max. Todd may still have in the back of his head how he got froze in the last round, and Devlin coming out with a maximum, all those things could be spinning in your head, and I think that may have had a bit of an effect. So it's interesting to see how one person's big shot can lead to another person's miss. So Scott missing with the first start, but finding it with the second, I suspect. Oh, he was right on it with the third. Bouncing out and finishing with an 80, so not too bad. Got a 68-point lead over Todd, and Devlin there sitting down at 351, looking pretty good.
All right, looking like low ton for Adi. Great shot, Adi with the 118. Devlin coming up here on fire.
Yeah, that's exactly what Adi's going to need to do to kind of lighten the load on Todd a little bit here. So I think Todd was feeling the pressure, but a big low ton like that does nothing but help his teammate. Give him a little breathing room, but Devlin not willing to take his foot off the gas with another perfect round, another hat trick, sitting on 201 and full pressure applied here on Todd. Let's see how he can react. He's been here a long time. He was a very, very top-level player back in the day, so he's been in this spot before.
Yeah, he's been in some tough spots all weekend and delivers, and great shot there by Todd.
Yeah, a little wayward with the first start, able to find it with the second and third, but he knows he's going to need a couple misses probably from the other team and needs to stay big.
Out.
All right, so the Big O steps up here. Let's see how he takes this one 313 out here. Or gets it down, sorry. I was struck by him coming over saying Big O.
Yeah, that last shot from Scott, that was a really pivotal point in this leg. Scott really could have put all that pressure on. After Devlin being perfect through the first 6, a big shot would have helped, but Scott unable to find a bull with any of his 3 darts. Fortunately for him, Adio also missed the 3, so Devlin staying perfect. 7, 8 in a row. Can he fill it up again? 9. He's sitting on a perfect leg after 9 darts, sitting on 51, and he refuses to be denied right now. What a great shot. What great timing. And, man, what a great way to finish off this match if he's able to complete that trip 17. Huge darts from Devlin.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't get too amped up and miss the trip 17, but I don't see him doing it. So we got Scott coming up 280. Trip 20 first start, maybe.
Yeah, he should be going bullseye. With the position that Devlin's in, just keep picking away at the points. You know that you're not the one in control of this leg right now. Your job is just to keep the score low and allow for a freeze if needed. And 2 right in the double bull. I suspect he's going to follow this. Would not surprise me at all to see a 6 bull here. Oh, just up and to the right, falling into the 18. No harm, no foul. He's lower than the lowest person on the other team, so they're in a great spot. I know Devlin's already thinking about this perfect game, especially with it being on stream, but in reality, the way you need to look at this, you want the perfect, and it'd be great to hit that triple, but, man, you got 3 darts to take out 51. Just settle in, do your job, hit it with your first one. If you don't, make sure you clean it up with the next 2, and you're on to the next round.
All right, so Devlin steps up here for the trip 17.
Yeah, you can see he's fired up here. Concentration in his eyes, just low left, so that's fine. Triple 16 here will clean the game up. Right in, so 11 darter, missed 1 dart that whole game, 45.55 average. What a way to end out that match. And they're going to be happy they're moving forward. But, man, what a great performance in Game 2 from Devlin. Awesome job. Congratulations, Scott and Devlin, moving on. Commiserations to Adi and Todd losing that one, but Scott and Devlin, man, they're going to be a force in that level if Devlin decides to keep throwing like that. That's good enough to play with anybody.
Yeah, great shot by Devlin, and you're not going to be able to win in level 1 shooting your average, so great shot by Devlin, and we'll be back here with another team here coming up. I'm not sure who we got. We got anybody lined up, Don?
Yeah, I think they're trying to find a match right now. Stick with us just a couple minutes here, guys. We'll get another one going for you. All right, guys, coming back with a level 3 second third match where between Kai and Dennis and Cora and Don. We're looking for a step stool for Kai, but as soon as we find one, we'll have a match ready for you. Hang tight. All right, guys, this is Don Spear back for Game Time Streaming. Here with Derek Howard. We have a level 3 semifinal match. So the winner's going to move on to the finals. Loser's going to take third. Really close diddle there. We've got Dennis and Kai and Cora and Don. So I know Dennis and Kai just came back from being down 1-0 in their last match, winning the next two in a really, really tight match. So they're coming in riding high, and I know that Cora and Don, this is the team that put them into the losers bracket, so they're looking for a little revenge here.
Yeah, we are in Waterford, Michigan at the regional dart tournament here. This is going to be a battle here. I know Kai said she's been shooting great all day, and I'm excited to watch this. Don, who you got?
I have not watched Cora, or Don throw a whole lot, but I do know that they put them in the losers bracket. But they've been sitting a little bit, so
Ready?
I'm pulling for Dennis and Kai here, but it could really go either way.
So I was walking by earlier, and I did see that Dennis hit a hat trick not too long ago, so it looks like he has been feeling it today. Cora with the start here. Open in, open out. Full bowl, so the whole bowl is 50.
Yeah, at level 3, you're going to see a few more scattered darts, but when these players get locked in, they're certainly capable of throwing in those low tons and those hat tricks. So I know in Game 2, with their backs against the wall, Dennis did throwing a hat trick followed by a low ton to leave himself an out and was able to take it. So clutch darts at the right time is what's gotten him to this position.
Yeah, interesting decision for Cora to go first. What do you think about that?
Sometimes it's a timing thing, and there's some strategy there. If Don can come in and really start off on fire with him throwing third, they got a better shot at freezing if they think they're capable of doing that. But generally speaking, the more informed player is going to throw first.
Yeah, I'm not sure Donald is I'm not real sure about Donald. I've never seen him throw, to tell you the truth, but I do like his form, and maybe he's got a little bit of stream jitters, but looks like Cora's to start was a good idea.
Yeah, she started off fairly strong. One bullseye in this level, if you hit a bullseye every time, you're generally going to get a look at an out. So that's the goal. Anything on top of that's just a bonus. And Kai really locking in on that third dart, finding it for a decent start with a 66. Dennis starting with a low ton, so they're looking pretty comfortable here right off the gate. So they're going to try to start to run away if they're able to.
Going to try to get it in here on this third dart. Just a little bit low, so Dennis is going to step up here. Feeling pretty good today. He's been hitting some bullseyes, so let's see what he's got.
Yeah, Cora unable to hit any with that last round really opens the door for Dennis here. He already has a 5-point lead with 3 more darts in his hand, so looking to stick in a big shot here and really put the pressure here on Don. And able to do so, hitting the last 2 darts right in the bullseye. Nice solid low ton, down to 275 after just 6 darts. At this level, that's really turning the screws to your opponent.
Yeah, fire darts there by Dennis. Let's see if Donald comes back with a heater himself.
Unable to find one again. I don't know if I don't know how long they sat, but I know they sat for a little bit. I don't know if that weight has got them a little cold right now and still trying to get in rhythm. I know Dennis and Kai just came off a match, so they should still be in flow, and you can see that in the scoring power. Kai missing the first 2, but right on the wire. She's all over that bullseye. And again, third dart right on the wire. 3 good darts, just was not rewarded with 3 good shots there.
Yeah, great grouping there by Kai. It is just a matter of time before she low ton hat tricks, all that. So let's see what Cora's got. Needs a big round here.
Yeah, again, Cora unable to find anything, only coming away with 30, which is the same score that Kai had. So kind of staying the pat there. Dennis here really in control of this leg. If he can put another big score in, it may be curtains here for this first leg, with Dennis and Kai really having a good look here. It is, with this being 501, it's all going to come down to that out. It can kind of get a little shaky here in these lower levels, just trying to hit that one dart that's needed. But we'll see how close he gets. Unable to hit one in that round. Still sitting at 246, pretty comfortable, but don't want to have too many of those slack rounds so they can really come back to bite you in the end.
Gets one in there for Dennis. Let's see if he can get a second one in there, and he does. Great shot. Low ton, Dennis with a 102.
Yeah, it looks like he's starting to find his range. All three darts were right there. The first one was just slightly low. Able to find it with a second one and follow it right in there with the third. So Kai looking to answer that for sure. Right on the wire again. She's all over the bullseye. They're just not finding their target right now. So she's going to want to take a moment and just focus up here.
Yeah, scratch that. I said Dennis, but I meant Donald. So great shot by Don Parr, and with the low ton 102. See how Cora comes up here.
Yeah, a little unlucky with that second one. I was falling right into that bullseye, catches the wire and hangs up high. So Dennis, again, just needing to putt. If he can get another low ton in here, he's really going to have a stranglehold on this leg.
Yeah, slack round last time. Expecting a big one this time. He's got the fire hand in the match, so let's see if he can do it. See if he can stick this last dart in there. Definitely expected it.
Yeah, nice job to just refocus after those first two that honestly weren't as close as he would typically throw to the bullseye, but stays focused, stays locked in, and finds it on the third. So good saver for that round.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with Dennis, and he likes Ohio State, Michigan, and Michigan State. What do you think about that, Don?
You know, we can't all be perfect, and 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but I'll take the first two. I don't know about the Ohio State one, but you know, we'll put up with him because he does like the other two.
All right, gonna have a big round here from Kai. See if she can get one in there. Ooh, just a bit out.
Yeah, and able to find one. She's starting to fall behind in this leg. She's going to need to pick up that scoring pretty quickly here, or risk possibly freezing Dennis. She's only 21 points behind Cora, which isn't horrible, but she knows her scoring ability is much higher than that. So she's going to need to focus here and really concentrate on hitting the center of that board.
Dennis coming up, looking at this 165. What would you do, Don?
At this point, with this much of a point lead, you're just going to go bulls. Knock that down as much as you can. The only thing that takes us out is, you know, a 3 triple round, and it's just not worth the risk having this kind of a lead. So just stay on the bullseyes, and proves me wrong. So he scores it up to 150, and, you know, I don't understand coming off the bulls for the first dart, but, you know, they've gotten here for a reason, and there's a reason they're here in the top 3. So let him keep plugging along. He's down to a 2 dart out here, just needs a bullseye in 218. So still in a comfortable spot.
Don with the 2 first in there. Almost gets a hat trick there. Nice shot, Don. Yeah, Don's really loosened up since his first couple throws, and looks like he is producing here at the end of the match.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, Kai's starting to fall behind, needs a bullseye, and she responds perfectly right away. First 2 right in the heart, almost making all 3. But really taking some of that pressure off of Dennis, and really the freeze is out of question right now. So big shot at the right time, exactly what the doctor ordered there.
Yeah, it took a while for a few of them to settle in here, but looks like everybody is focusing up and thinking about their darts, maybe not the stream so much. And 86 coming up here.
Yeah, easy check out here. He knows he just needs to find the middle with the first dart, give himself an opportunity with the next 2 to take it out. Still pretty comfortable. Going to the 18s first. Not sure about that route, but either way, hits them both. So 1 dart for the center. And he hits it. What a great check with an 86. Feeling it right now and doing great. So takes the first one down, only one leg away for making it to the finals. So that was against throw. So really, really good start. Throwing a 27 average. At this level, 27-28 is going to win most of your matches. So he's got to be pretty comfortable. Loving that outshot and one away from the finals. I'm sure they're feeling it.
Yeah, Dennis with the hot hand in that match, and let's see if it carries over into this match. And Cora's going to step up here, see if she can get it in the bullseye.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that first dart was at the 20 or if it's just some adrenaline going. The second dart sliding all the way over to the triple 18. Unable to find a triple with the first three, scoring 44. So door open again for Dennis to take control of this leg with another big shot.
Going to try to get it in here. Oh, just a bit outside. Rough round from Dennis. So the momentum did not carry into this game, and Don's going to step up here. He's going to feel like he needs to produce here since Dennis had a slack round.
Yeah, and even on top of Dennis having that slack round, they know they're now down one game. And with Cora not hitting right off the rip, he's going to need to put a big score in to try to pressurize the situation. Kai's liable to heat up and really start slinging in some bullseyes, especially with that last round that she had. She finally found a range, hit two, and I expect her to hit at least one more here. And if she can slide a couple in there, she's really going to pressurize this other team. Already being up one leg, they just need one more to finish this, and that's what their goal is going to be.
All right, so Cora's going to step up here again, and looks like she is the lowest of the four right now, so maybe she's got the hot hand this match. Let's see what she's got.
Yeah, everybody only in one round, and interestingly, all three other players only scoring 25 with their first three darts, which, I mean, even if you're not going to hit the bullseye, it's really unlucky to only score 25, even with your misses. Cora there only able to get 30, but, you know, Dennis and Kai can both breathe a sigh of relief. Nobody's hit a big shot yet, and the opportunity is there for the taking. All they need to do is step up and hit a big shot. I think Cora and Don are already feeling the pressure being down the leg, and another big shot's just going to compile this pressure and make it even tougher to hit your shots.
All right, so great snag there on that third dart as he was not trying to blink again.
Yeah, you can see the frustration starting to compile with him. He was getting a little upset with those 2 5s. I think the second one was a little unlucky. It might have caught that flight and pulled it up. But nice job staying focused and centering that third one. And as you can see with Don right in it on the first one, he's going to need it. So great job, Dennis, staying focused and hitting with your third dart.
All right, so Don Park comes alive here and gets it down to 370. Good looking darts, and Kai's going to step up here. Looks like she's been getting close. First one's real close.
Yeah, she's been all over the bullseye this whole game. And again, another unfortunate bounce at only scoring 26. She's thereabouts on every dart, it seems like. So consistency's there. They're just not falling in where she needs them.
Yeah, Kai is very familiar with the bullseye. I've seen her hit very many of them at shorties. And, you know, I'm real proud of her. She's came a long way since I met her. And she does work at shorties. She does a whole lot of things for darts here and Brian Henry and Motor City and all that. But Kai and Frank kind of started off, and Kai took over when Frank left. And she's doing a good job running leagues and stuff.
Yeah, Frank used to run a bunch of leagues and tournaments in the Waterford area. He ended up moving to Florida and kind of passed the reins over to Kai, and she's really taken the job and ran with it. She runs a couple of leagues out of her home bar every week, and also runs a tournament either weekly or bi-weekly depending on the time of year. But yeah, she's really stepped up. She's committed to the game, and she's putting a lot of time in, and the results are, and all that time put in, are paying off in some results here. Nice low ton to answer with Dennis, putting Don back under a little bit of pressure. He's going to need to hit something here.
Don's been feeling it. I can see it in his focus, and Ooh, I thought he was going to get that one in, so let's see if Kai can get a big round in here and help her partner out, and I sure do expect her to at least get maybe 2 in there.
Yeah, once again, she's starting to fall behind in the scoring department right now. She really needs to find a couple here. And right on cue, she finds one. See if she can fill it up. Man, right on the wire. Another tough deflection, but she did find one, so good signs ahead. She's only 29 behind Cora, so she's keeping pace okay. She's not really threatening a freeze. Let Dennis kind of take over, and hopefully he gets a couple big scores here to get a looking out.
All right, so Dennis is due for another hat trick, I'd say, the way he played that last game, and it's just a matter of time before Dennis is going to produce great big darts, and this could be the round.
Yeah, taking a few extra seconds before setting up to throw at the line. You can see maybe a little bit of nerves or some tension. Took a moment, took a couple deep breaths, and centered himself. You can see from the first two, only one hit, but man, that first one was right on the wire. Second one nearly dead center on the bullseye. So 3 good darts. If that's what he needs to do to kind of stay focused for his darts, if the pressure starts building, that's what he needs to do, and keep with it, and you're going to find him start to fall into place.
See if Don can get another one in here.
Yeah, pulling 2 of them low right. You see the frustration. I don't know. It's got to be nerves, got to be tension, some pressure building. So Kai here down by 75 points, needs to find at least another bullseye. She'd love to see a ton. Right on cue, right in the middle with the first dart. Second one, whoa, a little wild, high right. Third one tries to bring it back in, but she does. Job done. She finds one, only down by 13 from Cora, and she's keeping pace, that is her job as a number 4 player. So she's doing what she needs to do to keep her partner in the game.
He is.
All right,
Coming in
so
4th place.
see
Wild
what Dennis can
Love.
do here. Expecting a
Coming in
big round
3rd,
out of
Big
him.
Brad.
Seems to
Second
be reeling
place,
it in
Chuck
here and
Barrett. And
ready
the
to
1st
explode.
place champ.
Yeah, able to find one, a little wayward on that third dart, just short of being at an out here, but you know, he's got the lead on Don for now, by 33 points. So Don's really gonna, he's throwing after Dennis, so he's gonna have to do something special here. He needs a big score to really put himself in position. And right on cue, first dart right into the bullseye. Ooh, just high right on that third one, but a great low ton shot, setting himself up for 105.
Big round needed here from Kai.
Yeah, once again, down by 50 bulls, minimum 1 bullseye, and again, she's just automatic right now on that first start. She just needs to find a way to follow it in there, and so close, only scoring 60, a little unlucky with those second 2 darts, even with the fallout, only hitting a 5, but she's hitting the bullseye with the first dart. She's doing what she needs to do. She's drawn even with Cora, and not allowing any potential freezes right now, so job done there.
All right, getting 64 out of that round leaves her 216. Dennis gonna step up here to 176. See if he can get it down.
Yeah, needing at least a bullseye, but wanting a ton, really wanting a ton here. Ton's going to put all that pressure on Don, and finds it with the second dart. Really needs to find it with the third, needs to follow it in there. And right on cue, big low ton, leaving himself on 67. Don knows now if he doesn't take this out, he might not get another look. So great clutch shot from Dennis, really putting the pressure on. Already up 1 leg, so nothing but pressure here on Don. Let's see how he handles it.
Yeah, 17 bowl for Dennis is definitely gonna probably go out. Donald leaves himself here 71, goes down to 54, so trip 18 out for him. Kai to step up on 272.
Yeah, same situation as last time. Cora hit a bull in her round, so Kai's going to need to match that bullseye. Ooh, right on the wire there. Nice, good look. Able to find it with her second dart. That is a absolutely huge dart. And falling into the 20 for a solid 85 score. She's now up about 30 points on Cora. No threat of any freeze coming into play here. So Cora's going to try to score as much as she wants, but as much as she can. But Dennis is definitely going to get a look at this out here.
All right, so 49 there for Cora. I do see this 67 going out. He's taking his time, and 17 bull.
Yeah, he knows the shot puts him into the finals, so taking a moment just to refocus, maybe slow that heart rate down a little bit, make sure he's comfortable before he lets go of the first dart, and that's the best thing he can do for himself right now.
It's the 17 high. Dennis for bull.
Oh, hits the wire.
Into the single 4, leaves a 46. Don, what is the shot?
Yeah, here I'm going 14. Triple 14 doesn't bust. None of the neighbors bust, and a single 14 is going to leave you 32, which is an easy 216 out shot. I think that's the safest route here. Hopefully he can do that mental arithmetic and arrive at the same conclusion. That's exactly what I'm talking about there. You don't want to throw at a number where if you do hit the triple, it's going to bust. And he just opened the door now. This isn't the end of the world. It's only one leg, but Don just needing an easy, solid 54. I don't recommend going the triple 18 route, but at this level, it would not surprise me if that's what he does. And he throws at it, hits a double 4, and now it gets really hairy here, you know. Same thing, I would go with the 14, and he doesn't. Hits the 4, does have an out with the triple 14, but now he's forced himself to hit a triple where he could have been thrown at a double. Only hits the 12. So here's the situation. With Donald down at 6, there is a potential for a freeze. If Kai has a really bad round here and Cora hits something big, it could be a freeze situation. But at the same time, if Kai hits a really big round, it could put all that pressure on Cora. So she's wanting to find the bullseye here, absolutely. Unable to find it. So with Donald down to 6, if Cora is able to get under 150, as weird as that looks, it's going to be a freeze on Dennis. So this is kind of what we were afraid of. And yeah, first start already gets to 150. So yeah, Dennis is going to be frozen here. His best bet is just to try to get down as low as possible and hope that Don is going to hit a bust. And Kai's going to need a big shot to get him unfrozen.
Yeah, she is going to need a big shot, and I know she's got it in her. I've seen her do it. And let's see how Dennis reacts here. 61 after one dart thrown. Leaves himself an 11. He is frozen, so he cannot hit an 11 or they will lose. He's going to go up there, push the button. Don likes it, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. At that point, you know, you're not going to throw another dart. Save your score. Keep it at the 11. You've got a single out. Do not bust that. It's just not worth the risk. Don going at a double 3, pretty aggressive here. Now he needs another single, ends up hitting it. So we're going to a game 3, and, you know, they really snatched that one out of the jaws of defeat. They were looking pretty rough here up until the end, and that one bad decision on the outshot with Dennis really cost them there. Going to go to game 3, going to diddle to see who throws first.
Yeah, looks like Don is going to diddle here just a bit outside, maybe 3 dots. Dennis comes up here. Should be a fairly simple shot for Dennis.
Yeah, this cork is absolutely crucial right now. And what a big dart, hitting a double bowl to get the start. They have not had the start yet in any leg, so that was really, really big that they won that and give themselves the advantage to throw. So 1-1, winner goes into the championship. This is a big, big game, and Dennis is going to want to stuff as many bullseyes in here as he can and really try to apply pressure to that other team.
Yeah, I see Dennis opening up big here after that double bull diddle, and Fire the first game, did great the second game, but I expect Fire from this game. All right, picks one off there to start. Cora's going to come up here and try to have a big round.
Yeah, that third dart was absolutely critical. He needed to
The
find a
steal
bullseye in
for
that first
board
round,
10,
or else the
final
door is just
recall.
wide open. It's still a bit ajar. If Cora is able to hit a big shot, but you needed that at least one bullseye there for sure, just to kind of keep pace with the rest of the players here.
So Kai's going to step up here and try to keep the momentum they've been creating here off the start.
Yeah, Kai's going to need to get hot here. She knows how to hit it. She knows where she's at. And there she is, right on the wire and following it with a second. And a close third dart as well. But job done. She hits her one bullseye. And with both of them hitting a bull and Cora not hitting one in her first round, Don's going to be having a little bit of pressure here. He knows he's going to have to score pretty heavily to keep pace.
Yeah, great grouping by Kai. Let's see how Don does here. He was hitting some bullseyes last game, took the game out, so feeling good. Hits one bullseye.
Yeah, finds one with the third. Really, that's the minimum that he's going to be wanting to throw at this point. With him throwing last, he's going to have to outscore everyone else on the board here. So Dennis looking to put a couple in here. Low ton would be absolutely clutch here.
Yeah, needs some big darts here from Dennis and pull away. Great double bull there. Third dart by Dennis. Seems like he can get a few in there, but not as fire as he was the first game. See if he can finish this game out strong. Cora stepping up.
Yeah, in this game, like everybody knows where they're at. The winner's going to make it to the finals. I'm sure nerves are starting to play a bit of a part. Dennis job done. He's hit another bullseye. Cora 6 straight without finding the bulls. So I don't know if she's just tensing up in the moment, but this is a big moment for these guys. You know, at the lower levels, they haven't played a whole lot of important, big levels like this, so or big matches like this. So I think this is new territory for a lot of the players, and it's an adjustment to figure out how to deal with the pressure.
Don stepping up here, 442. Bullseye first dart. Let's see if he can get this third one in here. And just a bit low, so Dennis is going to be feeling pretty good about that and see if he can pull away. See if Kai can keep up with him.
Yeah, and right now it looks like Don's probably the most informed player, or at least looks the most comfortable. Dennis does have a lower score, but it just seems like there's a comfort factor there with Don. Maybe he's played a few more tournaments, I don't know. But right as I say that, right on cue, Dennis coming in and finding one and almost catching a second one. So he's hitting one bull around, which as of right now is enough. But at any point in this match, these players are all capable of hitting low tons and hat tricks. So if one person pulls one of these out, it's really going to swing this momentum of this match.
Absolutely. One big round is going to swing this match. Let's see how Kai steps up here, and maybe she's the one.
Yeah, it looks like Cora switched to the 17s for the first 2 darts, and I don't know if that's just a comfort thing, and it could just be, a thing of the moment where, the stress and the pressure maybe leading to some poor decision making or something like that. But I don't like the switch. However, Kai's unable to find anything here as far as bullseyes. She does still have about 40 points on Coro, so that's a good thing. Don coming up, he's hit a bullseye every time, so I suspect, he's probably going to hit another one there. He's right around the bullseye on every dart, so would not surprise me to see him hit a low 10 here. Yeah, he fills it up.
Yeah, great low ton there by Don Parr, and Dennis is going to step up here at 312.
Yeah, Dennis is really going to want to answer this. He needs one just to keep pace, but he really wants 2 to keep that one bullseye advantage that he's had the whole game, just to kind of answer Don here in that shot. So he's going to be looking for a couple. Unable to find one with either of the first 2. This third one's absolutely critical. He needs a bullseye here.
Statistically, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't, but Cora's going to try to get it down here from 425. I say she's definitely wanting a few bullseyes here.
Yeah, she hasn't been able to find one yet this leg, so she's struggling a bit, searching, so kind of moving around the board, inching her way closer, see if she can pick one up with this third dart. Unable to, a little bit of an overcorrection left. So right now, the ball really is in Kai's court. If she can hit a big shot here, Don and Dennis are really battling out, but if she can take a lead over Cora, come toward the end of the leg, it could run into a freeze situation. So, man, she's all over it, 2 5s. Third dot a little right, only able to score 20. It's not going to be enough. She's going to be needing to hit more than that, and she knows that. So just need to settle down a bit and really aim for the center of that board.
Yeah, Kai's grouping has been the tightest of all of them, I do believe. You know, she doesn't miss by much, and she's just a ticking time bomb, I feel like. She's probably going to have a big round coming up here. Don gets one in there. Brings it down to 214. Dennis is going to get have these bullseyes in his sights.
Yeah, Don taking advantage of both misses from Dennis and Kai, hitting another bullseye, going up by 57. Dennis is going to need to put a big score in here. Hat trick would be amazing, but he's really looking for a ton, just to kind of level things up. And right on cue, first start right in the middle. He's going to want to follow that with the next two.
See if he can get this second one in here. Just a bit high, leaves himself 202. Looks like Matt Mega is back there. We'd like to give him a shout out. He is one of the owners for Motor City Entertainment here supporting Cora, and see what Cora can do here. Bullseye second dart. Just a bit outside to the 14, leaving a 302. Hitting an 81 right there.
Yeah, finally able to find a bullseye, and even without hitting them before, she was keeping pace with Kai, because Kai hasn't hit a ton of them. So pressure back on Kai now, down by 60, and able to find one. She really wants to find one more. Just a little high left, but, you know, job done. Keeping pace with Cora, does find one finally after a few dry rounds at the bullseye.
Don stepping in relaxed. Looking like he's comfortable.
Yeah, he's really in the driver's seat right now. He's essentially stolen throw. With that bullseye, it really spreads the gap here. But he's going to want to keep staying on the bullseye, and that is the most unfortunate dart we've seen in this match. It's a no score. It's not a miss. It just doesn't know where it scores. So, unfortunately, only going to get 2 darts to score for that round. And Dennis really needs to jump on this misfortune that Don's just had.
All right, so he's going to be wanting to get this in there.
Yeah, this has got to be a bullseye,
All right,
unfortunately.
so 158 leave there for Dennis. Cora's going to come up here to this 302.
Yeah, so Don's stolen the throw. They're both sitting at 158, but he's going to be throwing first. So neither are on an easy out, but it is an out. So a big shot from Cora could put pressure on Kai to really have to score up, and vice versa. If Cora doesn't score well, only a 1. That was a really unfortunate bounce out there. If she doesn't score well, ball's in Kai's court here right now with only a 13 from Cora. If she can put in a low ton, this really changes the whole complexion of this match. And in the most critical part, both of the informed players are both on and out. And if she's able to get low enough where she could potentially freeze this round or next, it really could change everything. Man, only able to come up with 25. So her and Cora really mirroring each other pretty well, as Dennis and Donald are too. Donald outscoring just a bit because he has essentially stolen the throw here.
All right, going to be looking to get this one in the bullseye here. Hits it, double bull.
Yeah, he needed that one. That one definitely had to hit. Knowing Dennis coming up next. So Dennis is going to be wanting a ton, at least. He'd love to get a ton and maybe set up an out. There is an out shot here, but it's going to require 2 triples and a double, or a bullseye and 2 triples. So if he hits the bull, I don't hate him looking at it to give himself a shot, just because Don is on and out right now. And not even going at the bullseye, not sure what he threw at there. Another miscalculation. Good swish, able to hit the bull with the second and the third dart. That is a huge, huge third dart. Down to a 1 dart out. And, if if Cora doesn't hit a big shot here, Kai's got a real potential to freeze out Don, and it might spell curtains here. So this is probably the most important throw of this match at this point.
All right, so Kai is going to have to hit some good stuff here. Bullseyes are going to be inner sights.
Yeah, if Kai can get down to 214 or less, she's going to freeze. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen this round. And, man, she's going to be disappointed with that 17 score. She really had a shot. Now, Don, on the other hand, he's got to hit this. If he doesn't hit this, man, I don't know that he's going to get another look. So all the pressure here right now. Probably going to go bullseye triple 14, but there are a few different ways to go here. Goes for it. Leaves 86. Still going to stay at the bullseye for a double 18. Hits it. He's got one dart for the match here. Needs a double. And he buries it right in the center of the double. Great dart. Tough way to lose for Dennis and Kai. Big outshot with that 92. Great match. Congratulations, Dennis and Kai, finishing third, taking home some hardware, and also congratulations to Cora and Don making it back to the finals. They did lose in the King Seat match, so making it back to the finals, try to double dip in the final match. Should be a good one.
Yeah, great shot. Looks like we have a Masters finals next. Tim and Gary and Ron and Howard. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be a heater. What do you think, Don?
Yeah, another rematch from that King Seat match. The losers, Ron and Howard, went down to the bottom side, won their finals match on the bottom side, and they're coming back for revenge. They're going to need to double dip, and that's a tough ask of any Masters team. But they're here for it. They're going to give it a shot.
All right, so once again, we are here in Waterford, Michigan at the Century Bowl, the 2024 Regional Dart Tournament, and we got a great match coming up here. All these guys have been shooting great all weekend, and we're real glad to be streaming this. Big shout out to Motor City Entertainment, Brian Henry and Matt Magay, Alan Rude, and big shout out to TWK Darts and Entertainment for the stream help. We took Trevor on board here, and it's been fantastic. He has been he's been keeping track of every game. Every time someone wins, he's got to mark that for every match. He's here till 1, 2, 3 in the morning every night. Trevor takes this very serious. He was here very early every morning, getting it started, leaving very late. He was here a few days before the event to get all these wires ran, and just a big shout out. TWK Darts and Entertainment does a lot of Flint streams, and if you want to check him out on Facebook or YouTube, I'm sure he'd appreciate that. He does do Flint streams, I believe, weekly, and runs all the leagues there. Glad to have him on Game Time streaming here, and hopefully this takes off. Maybe not, I don't know, but we have good darts here in Michigan, and they need to be streamed. I feel like we're not any slack here, having Jeremiah Millar and Brandon Kessler here. Got Howard Hill there, Gary Clark, Abe Smith's here, Jeremiah Berger, CSC Challenger Series contender. Ron Otto's a great shot. Tim Sheehan, all of them are. So just really wanted to get a stream out there and show you guys what I've been watching all these years. It's pretty amazing, watching Millar shoot 50.1s and stuff when it's split bowl, double out, and it's really awesome to see, especially getting Millar in the booth. We really appreciate that. So let's see what these guys can do once they get warmed up, and appreciate, Katie Sloan coming in the booth. We had PJ Kirk in the booth. We had Jacob in the booth, and a bunch of good shooters. I'm glad to hear everybody's different perspectives from the stream. Love to have Scotty from Midnight Dart Club come in here, especially since these are all his boys here. And let's see when they get warmed up who's going to get this diddle, because I tell you what, the diddle is very important at this level. Going first and all that is very, very important in all levels, but especially this one, because it gives you that advantage, and going first is always a good thing. Tim stepping up here. He's had a great day. He's had a great weekend, it seems like. Real composed thrower, clutch thrower, hits clutch shots. Does not seem to be ever rattled or anything, and I know he's a great steel tip thrower too. Howard Hill, they always call him the GOAT. He's got his Ohio State jersey on today, and Howard was lighting it up yesterday. He did great yesterday. So I lied about Howard's Ohio State jersey. It's not an Ohio State jersey. He's a Alabama fan. So anyways, here comes Gary. See if he can get it in there. Looks like this is the diddle. And he gets it in there just on the outside. See if Howard can get it in there tighter. And it looks like a tie from my view. Just a bit outside there for Howard Hill. Gary can definitely sneak it in there. I've seen him do it before. And I cannot see it. It is a double bull, so Gary's going to start here. And we got Tim Gary versus Ron and Howard. This is going to be a high-powered event here. So this is the Masters Finals team event here. Doubles. Tim Gary, our king seat. We got race to 3, 501 freeze, open in, double out, split bull. So they can open in on the trip 20. Don, who you got?
Yeah, Gary and Tim are throwing great. Gary's been just on fire all weekend. It's going to be tough to split hairs, but it's going to be tough to see them losing 2 matches in a row. I think Tim and Gary are probably going to take this, but it's going to be tight either way. Gary right into the triple 20 with the first start. Be a little disappointed with that third one, carrying off the off that first triple, finding the triple 5. 95, not a huge score, but he won't be totally hating it.
Yeah, I'm not real sure who I'm going to pick on this one, Don. Nice opening by Howard Hill hitting a 140, but I'm not real sure who I'm going to pick on this just yet. I think I'm going to pick, if it goes down to game 3, whoever wins the diddle.
Yeah, that's a big advantage in that game 3. Yeah, Howard Hill coming back doing Howard Hill things, finding 2 triples, following the third one into the single, but solid start there.
All right, so Tim is just a bit outside, snags 36 there.
Yeah, I won't be real happy with that for sure. At this level, you're definitely looking, you're looking for 5 marks almost all the time. So 80, 85 plus is kind of the bare minimum. And as I say that, Ron coming in only throwing a 41. So the bottom 2 players kind of keeping pace, and the top 2, Howard has that one extra triple on Gary, but he'll be looking to correct that right now.
Trip 5, trip 1. Let's see what we got here. And a single 20, so Gary coming out with 38. Howard's going to step up here. 361. All right, so a little uncharacteristic start to this match here, as these guys are going to start getting fired up, and it's going to be fireworks, folks. Stay tuned here.
Yeah, Tim and Gary were sitting for, I don't know, maybe about an hour or so waiting for this match, which isn't a huge wait, but man, an hour's tough. So if you're not up throwing the whole time, it may take a few rounds to kind of get you back in flow and get your timing going. Howard, man, he hit those 2 trip 5s right after the 140, and he's right there. They're just right on the wire. Unfortunate that they didn't go in. The third dart, just an overcorrection into the triple 1. Once again, Tim just trying to find his rhythm here, only scoring 42 with that round. Yeah, lackluster 28 there from Ron Otto. He knows he can do better and he needs to. Fortunately for him, it's not a whole lot of pressure with Tim starting to slow as well. So it's a battle of the pairs. Ron and Tim are kind of playing each other, and Gary and Howard are playing each other. So nice 420s with your last 2 darts from Gary to put a little bit of pressure on Howard here.
All right, so 55 there from Howard Hill. James Hobart, you say agreed, Derek. I don't know what we're talking about, but I'm glad that you agree, buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, great job with Tim there. Just able to walk up, refocus after those first 2 pretty slack rounds, and able to put 720s in there for a 140 score and kind of catch Howard and Gary. So he's right in contention with those boys. And Ron able to come back with 100 as well. So it's all pretty nip and tuck right here. It's going to be a couple big shots. I think that's going to really sway the momentum of this game.
About to fill the bet up there for Gary Clark, and hits it. 180 by Gary Clark. Great shot, Gary.
Yeah, just as I say my last comment about a big shot, Gary comes in right on cue and throws in a maximum, putting the pressure squarely on Howard. He's the one that's been battling with Gary this whole leg, and he knows he needs to answer that or risk really falling behind here. Only able to muster up an 83, not even on an out yet. So Tim is kind of freewheeling here at this point. A ton would be great. Anything extra is a bonus. But with a 49-point lead on Ron, he's really just trying to extend this lead and open up a freeze just in case Gary needs it. But he is going to have 3 darts to look at that 93. Only able to hit 41, and this is the difficulty when you get to this Masters level. You don't have that giant bullseye to throw at, and sometimes if you're off by just a couple millimeters, it's enough to turn a 121 into a 41, and it really is a game changer. Ron able to come in with an 85, only down by 5 points against Tim. But like I said before, Gary's going to have 93. Look for him to go triple 19 here. Yeah, to leave 36, so double 18. He's going to have 2 darts at the first leg, and this is a big one. You're going to want to take every chance you get at these outs, especially at this level, because you don't know how many more looks you're going to get here.
Gary Clark for double 18 into the 4.
Really,
double 16.
Yeah, really fortunate miss, going back down to a double that he should be pretty comfortable with. Unable to hit it, but stays inside, hits a single, leaves another double eight. It's a double that they throw at all the time. And neither opponent on the other team is at and out. So short of them actually throwing in a really big score and freezing, he should get another 3 darts at that 16. Tim here just needs to stay solid. He knows what's going on. He's not going to be able to win the game here, but he can't throw a real low score and open up the possibility of a freeze. So he needs to get a ton plus here. Just keep everybody comfortable, and Gary's going to have 3 darts of that double eight.
All right, finds the 3rd dart there. Ends up with 80 points. Let's see how Ron responds to this.
Yeah, disaster averted after those first 2 darts. It's really tough to stay focused and pick that 3rd one, but it's got to hit there in that situation because, you know, if Ron came up and threw up a real big score, it could have froze out Gary, and luckily for Tim, he was able to find that 3rd dart. Now Gary's got 3, just looking at an easy double eight. First one just outside. Second one falls low into the 32, and this is where it starts to get a little dicey here because Howard is certainly capable of taking out this 113, so he's got 3 darts at the leg for an opportunity that I don't think he really expected to have. So.
74 after 1 dart. Double 10. Into the 15.
Yeah, that's probably the worst spot you could have missed that in there, and it was on the wire, just a bit unlucky. But, yeah, had a look, and now we're getting into this weird freeze territory. Gary's only got 16, and Howard's only sitting on 5. So the first person to hit a real big shot between Tim and Ron is probably going to freeze the other person. So this is a really critical moment in this leg. Tim not able to take out the 162. Ron will have an outshot at the 152. So Tim's trying to pour in as many points as he can to put a lot of pressure on that outshot. Unable to find a triple, so left with 118 after only scoring 44. If Ron is able to get down to 112 or less, he's going to freeze Gary. And this is where that freeze rule really gets tricky. So, yeah, hitting the triple. And big shot, down to 68, and now Gary's froze. There's not a whole lot he can do. Maybe leave it down to 4. I don't think he wants to leave himself 2. And then just hope for a miss from Howard Hill, and Tim's going to have to hit a big shot, big check out for this team to have a chance at checking this.
All right, so he's frozen. So what do you think he's going to go for here, Don?
Yeah, exactly right. I would leave 4. I don't want to leave myself 2, but you want to get pretty low. That's the shot that I would have taken. Hit the 12, leave 4, hit the button, and pray for a miss here, and hope Tim can find some form in his next 3 darts. Howard not allowing that opportunity. He says absolutely not, and absolutely picks the pocket of Gary and Tim in that first leg. Had no business winning that leg, and just that one big throw from Ron in the previous round froze Gary out, and he knows he should have had that one. They kind of let one get away, so hopefully he can focus up here and put a big score in for this first round.
Yeah, big double one by Howard Hill, hitting the madhouse. Gary Clark into the trip 20 with his 2nd dart. Coming away with 80. Let's see how Howard comes up with the momentum, maybe.
Yeah, Gary's had a lot of darts sliding over into that 5 segment this round. I'm not sure if it's a tension thing or a looseness thing, but usually when you are tight, you pull it low and left, and he's pulling a lot left right now. Big shot from Howard with a solid 140, putting all the pressure squarely on the shoulders of Tim Sheehan. He needs to come up with a big shot here. Gary's been carrying the load, at least in that first leg, and Tim needs to throw a big shot here. Just lighten it for him, let him free up, and let Gary get a little loose and be able to hit. And right on cue, Tim, first 2 in the triple, and he fills it, a giant, monstrous 180. That is exactly what Gary's going to need to see to let him loosen up and be able to throw the darts he's able to throw.
I have seen Rada Otto hitting him today also. He's familiar with the 180s. Let's see if he can get a couple in there now. Yeah, Tim Sheehan, it's just a matter of time before he does that to you. He does it to me all the time, so I'm familiar with it, and I expected it from Tim.
Yeah, you see Gary right before this throw, kind of shrug his shoulders, shake it off a little bit, just get a little loose. He knows he had a little help from his partner, and just a big shot here would really kind of have a nice little leveler for the match. Only able to come away with 30 though. He's not going to like that result.
Yeah, Howard Hill stepping in, had a 140 last throw. Let's see what he's got here.
Yeah, can we check that board for magnets? Everybody's falling into that 555. I'm not sure what's going on, but seems like every dart's being attracted there. Tim in the driver's seat here. After hitting that 180, nobody else has really capitalized behind him. So if he can put in another big score, he could take control of this leg and kind of be in the driver's seat.
Yeah, another big round here from Tim would be huge, and he comes in with the first dart, trip 20. Let's see what he does here with his third dart. Goes down to the trip 19, hits it.
Yeah, 5 out of 6 perfect, sitting on 184 after just 6 darts. So this is right where Gary needs him to be. Gary may be able to take a breath here and just work on scoring and preventing a freeze and letting his partner kind of set up and try to take the out. So not typically what you'd expect with Gary throwing first, but after a couple tough rounds, it's good to see that Tim was able to pick him up. And this is why they are in the king seat. They're playing so well off of each other, and if one guy's falling, the other guy's stepping up. So great to see, and this is a really tight match here.
Yeah, Tim made Gary pretty comfortable, and comfortable Gary Clark is going to produce low tons every time. See what Howard Hill has here.
Once again, sliding over into that 555. Maybe a little bit unfortunate. It looked like it did catch the flight, but man, that 5 is just a magnet right now, and everything seems to be falling into it. Tim looking to set up with a nice easy out shot if possible. 140 is going to leave him on 44, something along those lines. Falls into the 111 with the first dart though, so sitting at 121. Expect him to stay right there, leaving himself 101. It is doable, it's attainable. He would have liked to have a little bit more, but with a 150 point lead on Howard and a 265 point lead on Ron Otto right now, pretty comfortable. Just need Gary to keep his score in the game, and they may even already be looking at freeze situations. So just need Gary to come up, throw some solid darts, maybe 520s or 519s, whichever route he likes to go. Yeah, solid 59. He's obviously going to want more, but no harm, no foul there. Tim's going to have 3 darts at this 101.
All right, so Tim looking at the 101 here. Trip 20, first dart, great shot, leaves a 41 into the 9, double 16, and into the 16, which is not too bad. At least he leaves himself an out.
Yeah, real similar situation to when Gary was on and out last time. Left himself 32, missed inside. Unfortunately, last time Ron Otto came in with a 180 and totally flipped the game on its head. Showing up here with a 134 doesn't look like it's going to have the same effect. Gary just needs a solid shot here to prevent the freeze, and Tim's going to have 3 free at the 16 here. Once again, falling into that 555. I don't know what is going on with everybody, but they're all smacking that 5. Able to hit 76, so not a terrible score. Howard, even with a 180, Howard not able to freeze here, so able to put up 95 points, leaving 99. He is on and out, but it's not a pretty one. Tim's got 3 clear here at the 16. I expect this to go away.
I do expect it to go away here, Don. I've seen him hit this many times, and let's see how he does here. First dart. Hits it.
Yeah, big dart. So after losing that first one, no harm, no foul. Able to even it up on the next one. So it is a race to 3. So now at this point, it's going to be a best 2 out of 3 match. Howard Hill and Ron Otto start. Howard right back into that triple. Solid 100 to start. Kind of the minimum of what you're wanting to do. So good start, and Gary's going to try to answer here. Sliding into that 5 again. Just a little low. I don't know if there's some tension going on in his arm or what, but hitting a 45. Gonna want more than that, but he's gonna come back next round and try to correct that.
Trip 22nd dart, trip 23rd dart for Ron Otto. Good job, Ron Otto, and let's see if Tim can carry the momentum in as he had the hot hand last game. Great shot by Tim there, hitting the 100, and Howard Hill's going to step up here.
Yeah, good solid start for Tim. Still staying loose. He's throwing great right now. So if Gary can find his form that he had in that first leg, man, they could be bulldozing here. But really tough score there from Howard, only scoring 7, so he's not happy at all. Gary knows this is a chance after that bad round he had last round. He really needs to start piling in some triple 20s and take advantage of that 7.
Yeah, Gary is definitely hitting some 5s, but definitely hitting some 20s too. So let's see what an interesting match we have here.
Yeah, not happy with the 76, but it's a whole lot more than that 7. So job done. He pulled back level, taking a 14-point lead over Howard, and Ron coming in with a solid 85. So Tim gonna need ton plus to keep pace with Ron here.
All right, so let's see what Tim can do with the third dart. Lands into the 20. 45 from Tim Sheehan there. What do you think about that, Don?
Yeah, Tim's not going to be happy with that 45. Ron is starting to come out as the workhorse right now, sitting at 291 after 6 darts. Howard able to catch a trip 20 with that third dart, bringing him almost level with Ron, but Ron's going to have an extra 3 darts here after Gary throws. So this may be the horse that they may be riding on this leg trying to get out.
Yeah, Ron is able to hit some stuff, and he's showing you now. Gary Clark, big round from Gary with the 135.
Yeah, another first dart into that 555. That seems to be his MO right now, unfortunately, but good adjustment for the second and third, finding that triple and staying with it. And once again, another dart into the 555. Yeah, I think it's contagious up there, so stay away from these guys. 95 total score, leaving 196 after 9. Really still solid shot. Tim's gonna need a big shot here. He's looking for 140 plus.
Yeah, I do expect Tim to have a big shot here, as he is a very clutch dart player. All right, so third shot here from Tim. Gets it in there. 76 for Tim. Bringing them down to 280. Howard's going to look at this 295. First dart, trip 20. Second dart, trip 20. And he hits a 140. Great shot, Howard Hill. Great second dart there by Gary.
Oh, the science.
Leaving the 85, or hitting the 85, and Ron's been shooting good all game. Let's see what he's got here. 196.
Yeah, Ron's in control here. He's got the lowest score before the first 2 through, and he really needs to find a triple here, though, to keep that control. Unable to do so. So now, the game hangs in the balance. Tim's kind of lagging behind here. He needs a couple triple round to get back level pegging with everyone else. But they're all pretty even here. Yeah, Tim knows what situation he's in. He really needs to focus up, get at least 2 triples, starting right away, right with the first one. Would not surprise me at all to find him with a 140 here. He knows what he needs to do. Sliding into that 555. Stay away from these guys, man. They're all getting the 5-itis, but 95 scored, only about 30 behind, so not the end of the world. Howard coming up though with a 155, sliding into the 111, no longer able to take it out. Is able to finish with a 83, so very doable 72 after this. But Gary just need a couple triple 20s and a double 20 to finish this leg.
All right, so Gary into the 21st dart there, leaving 140. Hits it, third dart, triple. What you think, Don?
Yeah, that's a good shot. I don't think he's totally secure that he's gonna even get a look at it, though. Unfortunately, with Howard Hill sitting on 72, that's something definitely makeable. He was really trying to check that, and it's a big ask being a 160, but something these guys are certainly capable of. Him at this point, if he can throw in something big like a one, it's gonna have to be more than a 140. If he can bang in a 180 or a 150 plus, it's gonna be enough to freeze up Howard. That may be the goal at this point. Yeah, not able to do it. First start sliding into the single one. Does find the triple 20 with a second. If he can hit another one here, could really put a little pressure on. But sitting at 94, he's not out of it. Nobody's frozen, but Gary's really waiting on a miss from Howard, and that's not a situation I'd ever want to be in against Howard Hill.
Trip 12, first start for Howard Hill, double 18. Great shot, Howard.
Bang, bang, gang them over. So 2-1. Tim and Gary are going to have the throw here. So it was really just to hold the throw, not the end of the world. But whenever you get a chance at steal and throw, you're going to want to take advantage of it. So Tim and Gary to start here. Race to 3. So they got to win this one and the next one. With Ron and Howard only needing to get one. So backs up against the wall. There's nowhere else to run here.
All right, so Gary Clark starting us off here with a 95. Howard Hill steps up here.
Yeah, they're loving those triple fives. Another 95 score from Howard. Yeah, I mean, pretty well par for the course. Right around 100 is what they're looking to be shooting. So Tim coming up, wanting to throw a big score in here.
So it is 2-1, Ron and Howard right now. Let's see how Tim responds here. First start, trip 20. Great shot, Tim Sheehan.
Yeah, big shot in the 2-hole. That big score is massive because it's just going to put pressure back up on Ron because he's going to feel like he's going to need to match that. Able to fall into that 555 again. So another 95 score. So 3 95s and a 140. Just shows you how close this match actually is. They're literally shooting the same numbers. We're up.
All right, so Gary gets 85 on that one. Howard's going to step up here looking at 406. Going to fill up that trip 20 bed.
Yeah, able to find a triple with that third dart. That was big. You needed that one. And once again, Gary and Howard, tit for tat, same exact score. So Tim, if he can come in with another big shot, could really kind of swing the momentum and put a lot of pressure on his opponents.
Tim steps up here, hits the 21st dart, into the trip 19, stays there, hits another 19, 96 for Tim Sheehan.
Yeah, first player into the 200s thanks to that 140 from the first round. So he's in the driver's seat, barring Ron with a real big shot. First start into the triple and a solid 100. So yeah, Tim's still ahead by about 30 points from Ron and 50 from everyone else, 60 from everyone else. So he's comfortable and waiting for Gary to hit a big shot here.
And Gary gets it in the triple, third dart.
There you go, your order is ready.
100 scored for Gary, leaving 221. Howard looking at 321 here.
I see you down there, Anthony. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words, guys. It is our first weekend, and we're still learning as we go, but I think we're getting the hang of it and kind of falling into the swing of things, so appreciate all the love.
Tim looking composed here, very focused. Into the trip 20, first dart. Second dart, trip 20.
Yeah, he'd love to fill this up here.
777, I
Would he
believe,
switch?
is what I've seen there.
Yeah, 777. So it went down to the 19 to even it up. Hits the 7. So sitting at 124, he's in a great spot. He's going to be the first person with a look at an out. So in position A right now. And he's the hot hand right now. So Gary just needs to stay steady, get a good score, prevent any freezes, and let Tim kind of try to take a swing at the double here.
Gary looking for a big round here. Into the triple on this third dart. Just a little bit low, so 60 there for Gary Clark. Howard's going to step up here. 181 is not an out, but he can get it down there. Into the trip 5, third dart. Hitting 55, leaving a 126. And Tim's going to look at this 124.
Yeah, first dart here, you got to go with the 20. Triple will leave you 64. Single will still leave you 104, which is a 2-darter out on the bullseye. So got to be going 20s here. Yeah, triple 18 here to leave bullseye. Still triple 18 will leave 32. And just a little low. So left with 74, not real happy with that. Gary should have a look at this 161. And depending on what Ron scores, the freeze might be in play here. Yeah, really unfortunate there. He's not going to be happy at all with that 45. So Gary just needing to get to 86 or lower, and he will freeze Ron. So wanting a couple triples here. Finds the first one. Needs 20. And finds a triple. Great clutch shot for the 125, leaving 36 and freezing out Howard Hill. Big, big, big third dart. I think he knew how important that was.
Absolutely huge dart by Gary Clark, and he's been doing it all weekend. I did expect it from Gary, and let's see how Howard handles the frozen situation, leaving himself a 29.
Yeah, not sure where he was going with that third dart. Maybe a 16 to leave 34, but I would have expected either 10 or an 18 there to leave 32 or 40. So Tim on 74, he could go trip 14, could go trip 18 here, kind of dealer's choice. Yeah, chooses to go to the 14, leaves a single 20 to double 20, flies into the double 20 on accident, sitting on double 10, and goes inside. Not the end of the world here. Ron does have a look at the 161. It would be an absolutely massive shot. And even if they do lose this, it's only for the first half of the double dip. But you really don't want to give any players at the caliber of like Ron or Howard even a sniff, because there's a chance they could take it. 555 first start eliminates the out possibility. And he's going to need to score something, or else he risks leaving his partner froze, which he does again. So not a whole lot of pressure here. Gary just needing 36 to win this leg.
Gary with the double 18. Great shot, Gary.
Yeah, right in the heart of it. We're going to a fifth leg decider. Going to see a diddle to see who starts here.
All right, so like I said, whoever wins the diddle is the team that I'm going to go with here. I was unable to decide, so looks like I'm Team Howard Hill and Ron. I do really like all four of these players, and they are all so good. You know, it is going to come down to the diddle most times in these big matches. See what Howard does here. Comes away with a low ton start. See how Gary can answer back here. Big 140 there from Gary Clark. Ron steps up here. Trip 20 first dart.
Teams.
All right, low ton there by Ron Otto. So looks like we everybody's pretty dialed in here. Everybody's having pretty big rounds to start. Let's see what Timmy does here. Looking right at that trip 20. So 62 there from Tim. Howard Hill steps up here. Had a low ton first start. Let's see what he does. First start trip 20. Great 140 by Howard Hill. I am joined in the booth by Katie Howard. How's it going, Katie?
Going great. How are you, Derek Howard?
Doing all right here. I've got a crazy match. It's 2-2 here. Howard and Ron won the diddle, so they went first, and they've been trading punches here. Gary Clark comes off with a 28 there. Very untypical round. What do you think?
Yeah, and so Gary and Tim are sitting king seat right now, and this is the final decider of the first set, correct? Yep.
Yes. It echoes if they're both on. All right, so Tim steps up in here and 439, looking at the trip 20 here.
Nice shot by Tim.
85 scored there by Tim, and Howard Hill, first dart trip 20, second dart trip 20, trip 17.
Very nice.
Great high ton there by Howard Hill, as he
Howard.
is pretty far ahead of everyone, and like I said, he got that good start there and had a good start every round. Gary Clark here showing he can do it right back at him. Nice 140, Gary.
Yeah, that was a great shot by Gary, and if I'm not mistaken, I heard you pick Howard and Ron at the beginning of this match, or the beginning of this game.
I actually just picked whoever won the diddle because I was so undecided at the beginning. All right, so 354 here. Tim's going to need to have a big round, and I'm sure he will. See if he can fill this bed up here. Into the triple one, but still 123 for Tim Sheehan.
Definitely puts him back in it.
Howard with the 90 here. Trip 18, first dart. 18 for double 9 and just a bit inside.
So close, Howard. He's going to have another look at it here.
So Gary gonna try to get it down here. Let's see which route he prefers here.
Nice shot, Gary. 7-7. That's huge. Ron's going to need a big round here, too, making sure that Howard doesn't get frozen.
Just into the 555 there on the third dart. 55 for Ron Otto there. So yeah, if Tim has a big round here, we will be frozen for Howard.
It's big enough. All right, we'll see what Howard does here. Pretty much all I can do is just gonna get it as low as possible and wait for Ron to have a big round.
Double 8 for Gary Clark. Great shot, Gary.
Congrats on Tim and Gary for the huge win there. They were able to hold off Howard and Ron. What a match, guys. Phenomenal darts. Love watching this. Great job, guys.
Yeah, congratulations. And 38.54 there. Good shooting by Gary Clark. I'm not sure what the other averages are right now, but great shooting, guys, all day. And way to come back, way to fight. And just really do appreciate everybody that's been tuning into this stream. I think this might be one of our last matches. Is this our last match, Trevor? So this is going to be the last match. I do not believe we're going to stream our 4-person here. But appreciate everybody that tuned in here. Again, big thanks to Brian Henry, Alan Rood, and Matt Megay for everything they do here for Motor City Entertainment. And Katie, you want to end this? What you got to say?
Oh, thank you, Trevor. Huge thanks to Bree and all the other volunteers as well that have helped put in a ton of time. I know, Trevor, you've been back here helping out with the stream. Just awesome to see Game Time streaming hit the board, reaching all the sports fans around the world. So appreciate everybody watching. And this has been an awesome weekend. So much fun. Congrats, Gary. You did awesome. Great shot, buddy. Just love to see the phenomenal darts all weekend, and really a fun event put on by Motor City Darts.
Yeah, thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. And this is our first stream. If you guys can maybe follow us. We are on Facebook, YouTube, and TWK Darts and Entertainment with Trevor Dupree. He's our tech guy. Big shout out to Don Spear. And we'll see you on the next one.